Good evening, everybody. So good to see you. Today is Tuesday, January 22nd, 2019. It is 6 p.m. We're in the city chambers. I call the commission regular meeting to order. If you would, please pay attention to your phones and turn the sounds off or on vibrate. If you have a public comment card, you can get those right over here to my left. Ask the officer, and he will help you out. Those present are Commissioner Jill Luke. Vice Mayor McDowell will be here. She'll just be a tad bit late. You have myself, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Carasone, Commissioner Emmerich, City Manager Lear, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Pito, Deputy City Clerk Taylor, and Police Chief Garrison, and I have Chief Titus there in the back also. If you would, please stand for a moment of silence, and then we will have the pledge read by Commissioner Emmerich, if you wouldn't mind.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I've got it also.
If I can I get an approval of the agenda, please?
Chair, or
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, whatever it is this week. I would like to move the, which one is it? It's the resolution for the child welfare.
And I was also asked if we can move B up.
Okay.
Yes, that are here. 6B,
6K.
6K.
And what was the other one?
6B.
6B. Okay.
I spoke with them earlier, they said they didn't want it moved up. Are we okay? Everybody's here? Okay,
You
good.
want it moved up? No. Yes.
Which one?
All right. 6B, we will move that up.
Okay, so
it's
if
a
we
little
can
board.
do 6K and 6B
Immediately after A?
after 4A. This way, I don't think Commissioner Hines wants to be here all night either, so. So if we can do it immediately after 4A. Okay.
And did we get any requests to pull any consents?
I did.
Yes, sir. I had 4 items requested to be pulled. Item A, which is the minutes. Item E, which is the Shapiro Foundation grant. Item H, the CDBG funding grant. And item I, the River Road agreement.
That's practically all of them. Okay. If I can get a motion to approve the agenda?
I will move to approve the agenda, moving item 6K, then 6B directly after 4A.
Second?
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take the vote. That was passed 4-0. Okay. Have announcements. City Clerk?
Thank you. The current vacancies of the following boards and committees are available for positions: the Art Advisory Board, the Audit Committee, the Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, the Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, the Joint Management Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utilities Advisory Board, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have the following upcoming expirations for advisory boards and committees: Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Firefighter Pension Board of Trustees, Police Pension Board of Trustees, Joint Management Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and the Planning Zoning Advisory Board. There's a position for a Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Tamiami Trail Scenic Highway Committee. There's also a position available for a Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota County Board of Citizens Advisory Board Committee for school facility planning. And if anybody's interested in those positions, they can see us at the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. I just have a couple of questions. Ms. Drees, did you want to wait for this one? Or did you want to do it up front? Yeah, oh, all right. Okay, so we'll do that. I'm going to call up the first three, which is Mr. Timothy Doyle, Miss Edie Dreest, and Mr. and Miss Thurman and Gail Offer. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Timothy Walter Doyle. And again, I bought my passport because I am a U.S. citizen. I'd like to report I did receive a phone call. Mr. Lear did call me. The problem I kind of have with the phone call is it didn't solve anything, didn't clarify anything. It was short. He had to go because he had another appointment. Never received another phone call back. I've been waiting for a phone call for well over a year from the city manager, to be honest with you. See, when the police captain and the police chief came to my house, it was 5 minutes after I hung up with who I thought I was talking to was the city manager. I have phone records. I called this building, and the receptionist, administrative assistant, whoever answers the phone here, we can subpoena all the records, okay? We can find out who answered the phone. We can also find out who I talked to. Imagine this captain can tell you what police chief came to my house. The police chief did not give me a card. Mr. Lear tells me there's a new police chief in town. I apologize if the way I've been talking, if the police chief is the new one. But no one has given me the date when he came on board. So I can't clarify if it was this police chief or a former police chief. And this is less than a year. See, what happened was when they came to my house, I felt it was intimidation and retaliation for me going outside the police department to complain about the police department to the private civilian government, which oversees the police department. So why would you send the police chief to my house if I'm trying to go outside the police department to complain about it? That's total retaliation where I come from. There's phone records. So I don't know if I talked to him or not. Maybe I did or I didn't. Maybe there's a mole in City Hall that sent the phone call right to the police chief. And he was sitting outside my house waiting to come to my door. I can't tell you. We never finished that conversation of what happened that day. As we were leaving my property, I told him I was going to come to this meeting, like I told him on the phone. I was going to complain till the laws got changed to where people have rights in this town. Again, this is not about money. This is about people being able to live and not be harassed. So he tells me, oh, you don't want to do that, he says to me. I said, oh, yes, I do. So we get out to the street, because I was a gentleman, I walked him out. And he goes to me, by the way, I apologize if my officer said that to you. Because again, we haven't gone through everything. So that told me that the police chief was probably ordered to come to my house by someone in this building and apologize to me. But again, I'm assuming on that. I can only go by what he said to me. My 3 minutes up? I'll be back next week.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's going to take me over 900 meetings from the time you wrongfully incarcerated me. This ain't over by a long shot.
Thank you. Ms. Dreest, please state your name for the record.
Edie Drees from Northport. Good evening. First, I'd like to...
Can you start that over, please, Ms. Katie? Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of you for approving recently the stormwater rule resolution. That was also an encouraging message that was sent to our legislators, and local governments. Let's hope they move forward with their own voice so that the rule is reinitiated and ultimately implemented. Your actions that emanate from Northport make many of us proud to be a local resident. This evening, of course, provides another great opportunity to shine by supporting another resolution which could hopefully be heard by our legislators and local governments to get the 2014 Amendment 1, Florida's Water and Land Conservation Initiative, implemented. That amendment was approved 5 years ago by a majority of Florida voters to buy conservation land with real estate dock stamps, but basically no conservation land was purchased. It's said that by year 2060, the population of Florida is expected to double, bringing it up to about 36 million people. The natural landscape of about 7 million acres that exists today would permanently be converted to urban uses. That land, about the size of Vermont, or roughly 1/4 the size of Florida, would become roads, shopping malls, subdivisions, and that impact would be huge for many reasons. Besides losing critical areas for wildlife and native plant life, let's think about our water. Think about the fact that much of Lake Okeechobee's water issues stem from farms north of the lake with their nutrient-laden runoff. We know what has become of our beaches of late, caused by algae blooms that are fed by nutrient runoff. And we know that if land around those farms were put into conservation, that runoff would have a way of being filtered. Wouldn't that be just one of the great reasons the state would buy some conservation land to filter nutrients? People come to Florida because we're different. Where else in the U.S. can they find the variety of plant and animal life they find here? Where else can they find beaches or springs like ours? These are the things conservation land helps to protect. Not only does a healthy environment keep its people healthy, but it also helps keep our economy healthy. Keeping Florida healthy is of vital importance for many reasons, and conservation land is a critical component in making that happen. So thank you, and I hope you vote for that resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Drees. Thurman and Gail Alford. And then Ms. Flaherty, would you like to do it now, or do you want to wait? I mean, after, yeah, do you want to do it after them, or do you want to wait until the agenda item? It's going to be later on into the evening.
Oh, sure, I'll go now.
All right, just after them, yes, miss. Thank you.
We have owned 5 acres of land along Hillsborough since 2002. It borders Chamberlain on one side and Cocoa Plum Waterway on its backside. We've tried to sell this property for years and have had many interested buyers. As soon as they see all the prohibitive rules and regulations established by the city, they cancel the sale. Our realtor told us he could have sold the property 5 times over. On February 23rd, 2018, we went with a prospective buyer to the building department and learned this property has been called a, quote, problem child for Northport. Our property is zoned RSF2, which means a home is built every half acre. Here are the problems the city created for us. 1, you have stated there is a problem backing out onto Hillsborough. That is not true because the lots are half acre and one can build hammerhead and half moon driveways. 2, you are requiring a developer of this property to hire a major subdivision architect, which would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Let's be realistic. You can't move Hillsborough, Chamberlain, or the waterway. These boundaries can't be changed. No one is putting streets, roads, clubhouses on it. Simply divide the property into half-acre lots. This isn't rocket science. 3, you require several building lots for retention ponds at our expense. 4, directly across the water, the same lots are 75% less cost restrictive and half the cost to purchase, and they are allowed to use aerobic septic systems. You are requiring us to have a major subdivision plat and a sewer line where none is planned and may not be there for years. If you add all the costs of developing the property to your specifications, the amount we would get out of it would be a negative. We believe you need to level the playing field between the 2 sides of the Cocoa Plum Waterway. Here are our ideas. 1, we should get a tax break / return until the problem child situation is fixed because we can't develop the property. To date, we have paid $61,449 taxes for nothing. Allow the aerobic septic tanks on our lots until there is a city sewer line available. 3, purchase the lots and dig the retention ponds at city expense because the other side of the waterway does not have this expense. Thousands of yards of sand can be dug and pond expense can be recouped by selling the sand. 4, the city can buy our property and create a green area out of it for kayaking, picnicking, and more. We ask, how many more months and years do we have to wait to sell our property? Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Where was that again?
It's 5 acres along Hillsborough at Chamberlain.
Hillsborough and Chamberlain.
Hillsborough and Chamberlain is on the corner. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty? You're next. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I just wanted to implore everyone to vote yes on the resolution to urge the state legislator to fund Amendment 1. It's imperative to have funding set aside to acquire and restore Florida's conservation and recreation lands. We all want clean, safe water, healthy waterways, and fish estuaries. We all need trees for oxygen, flood control, and our well-being. Our beautiful, unique Everglades is in trouble, and we can't ignore this priceless gem. We need wetlands for the native birds and sea life. We must have land and native plants and trees for our migratory birds, our visitors, and our residents. And we must have land for our wildlife to live and thrive. And we ourselves and our future generations need parks and woods and wildlife to captivate us and bring us joy. And I did a little bit more reading, and it really gets dicey when you realize that in 2014, 75% of the population of Florida voted for this buyout of land. And then where did the money go? It got filtered off. It didn't go to the Everglades. It went into something's environmental maintenance or something like that. You know, I don't know if they're putting gas in their trucks but we don't know. And that money that just, we were excited. I remember we were going to get money for the Everglades. Just never happened. Jeb Bush, Rick Scott, the recession, and then all of a sudden that was just gone. And then now we've seen how bad it's gotten. Now it's just a tragedy with the exotic intrusives and the water situation. So I'm glad that we have this opportunity with Amendment 1 to bring it to the attention of the legislature that we want what we wanted in 2014, 5 years ago. So I really appreciate you for fighting for this, and hopefully it will be listened to this time. And I appreciate all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Okay, we're going to move on to presentations. I want to thank County Chair Commissioner Hines for coming and giving us, I think right over here. Yeah. I do want to make for the record, Commissioner or Vice Mayor McDowell has arrived.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Charles Hines, Chairman of the Sarasota County Commission, I want to say thank you for allowing me to come and present to you all tonight. One of my goals as chairman is to improve our communication and cooperation with our cities. It's my view that anything that we're going to achieve in Sarasota County, it's going to take partnership with our cities. We need that. Most of the population, the uniqueness that exists in our county is within the cities. And so I think we've struggled in the past with some of this communication. We have joint meetings sometimes once a year, sometimes every other year, and it's too far apart and things get lost. So my goal is to come to you. I'm trying to pick a few things because I can't be all tonight, but where I see the goals of our county commission that will affect your city and give you that information. Hopefully you'll give me some information back. And as we work throughout this year trying to achieve those goals, I want to come to you maybe once a quarter and give you an update on where things are. So really quickly, let me hit on some of them. One that I've worked on the entire time I've been on the commission is River Road. I can't tell you how many times I went to Tallahassee with nothing to offer but just beg our state to take over River Road. There was never anything there or any reason for them to do it. And it was just so expensive and such a big issue for the county to do and pay for itself. It just kind of just got always pushed back. Well, luckily, we found that. And the county took over a couple roads up in Sarasota. Now, I'm telling you what you know, but now I'm going to tell you what I'm going to get to. Is the state took that over, and we did backflips and said hallelujah. Then the next thing was, okay, how do we work with them to move it up in their work calendar? Let's don't wait to 2025, 2024. How about the next year or so? We got that. Now here's where I need your help. I see River Road as something very special. I just don't want another state road. I want it to look, if I can, this is me personally, to something like Sumter. It's an entrance to your city. It is the third major entrance. We got the state there. Now how do we work with them? Pat Neal, and I think is Marty still here, the Braves, all of that. And then all of the environmentally sensitive lands, like this lady was talking about earlier, that are county parks, that are access to the Myakka River, are all right there. It would kill me just to see an ugly 6-lane road shooting off the interstate right down to 41. So that's something we're working on, but the timing to do it is now because the state wants to move quickly. We've asked them to move quickly. I don't want to slow them down, but see if we can get involved in doing that. Jumping to the next thing, hurricane evacuation centers. If you were all, whoever was at the COG meeting on Friday, we know what happens in Northport. Because we have a donut hole in Venice, you get Inglewood people, Venice people, and then the issue with Charlotte County, we're going to get Charlotte County people. So we're working very closely with Sarasota Memorial Hospital, who's building, suddenly now Venice is going to have 2 hospitals, and I know you guys want another one down here.
Yay!
Or one down here. Sarasota Memorial, publicly funded hospital, is going to build on Laurel Road right off the exit of I-75. And we have an opportunity to build with them, in conjunction with them, an evacuation center. So that would solve the Venice, Laurel, Nokomis, probably some of Inglewood problems, but also as we work with our partners at Charlotte County, we're not quite there yet with them. And it's not their fault. The land, the lowness of their area, and not being able to build one is not their fault, but they need to help us out a little bit. And I need your help working with them. Legacy Trail. Legacy Trail referendum would not have passed without the votes of Northport citizens, so I appreciate you all advocating for that. I know it was questionable. Wait a minute, this is about extending it to downtown Sarasota. How's this going to benefit Northport? And I really think it's going to be a huge benefit to Northport if we can all work together and get it going this year. So we're already working on the bond documents. I'm excited to be the one that gets to sign those bond documents, get the money borrowed, and then get it here now with your all's help on what do you want to do? How do we hook it up to the Myakkahatchee Park? How do we hook it up to the Carlton Preserve? How do we incorporate it to Deer Prairie and War Mineral Springs? So that's where I need some creativity from you all. This is your city, but all those lands that the county has bought, as this lady was speaking about earlier, thousands of acres just north of this city that in cooperation with the Legacy Trail can really open up that for, I believe, is true environmental tourism for your city. So that's a win-win. Obviously, without saying, the Atlanta Braves, home run for all of us, and they're doing great, and I can't wait to be able to leverage that to bring all kinds of great things to Northport. Thursday, we have the opening of Bob Johnson's Landing, a big county park right on the Myakka River, more access to the wild and scenic Myakka River. You environmentalists, I don't know, are born. They have to get out in nature to see it, to understand it, and we have this great river with very little access to it. So we have Snook Haven, Jelks Preserve, which is right on River Road, and now Bob Johnson's Landing, and then the state park, which is just further down. Incredible opportunities for environmental tourism and getting people out to understand why this area is so important. And you all are right here with us and partners in trying to get that done. Courthouse in R.L. Anderson Courthouse. I would really love to see some dirt turned before the end of this year. This is a courthouse that was never designed to be a courthouse. It's not safe in regards to the way you design courthouses in today's. We have a tremendous amount of growth in the South County area. That piece of property is in the perfect triangle for Northport, Venice, and Inglewood to provide all kinds of governmental services that are needed. But that building needs some major updating, and we're going to build a 2-story courthouse. It's already been funded. The money's been set aside. It's in design now. It's probably about 80 or 90% designed. The Sarasota County Bar is actually getting into the details of what type of technology and how to do it. So it's that far along. And then, again, that's just something that before I go out of office, and actually this year, if we can do it, get it under construction so that when the growth continues in this area, if you get called for jury duty, you don't have to drive down to Sarasota. If you have a case that you need, your rights protected, you can do it all here. And so that's another big one. And then I know there's been some questions about some mosquito control type issues, service that Sarasota County employees and staff are doing and providing as a county-wide service. If you haven't toured, our mosquito control program and offices, please do. I know Commissioner Luke, have you done it yet? I know you were trying to get in
Thursday.
But please do it. They are professionals. They are open to teaching you and me. And I've been through there and just totally amazed on how they're going at this issue. And I think if you go there, visit with them, you'll get a better understanding. And so if there is problems, then we can communicate with each other because that is a service that we're providing here. And so more information I think is better, and it'll help us as policymakers to make our decisions, where to spend our time, our money, our political will. I can remember when I first came into office, we were butting heads over War Mineral Springs, and we just kept trying to force the county and the city to work together, but we just had two different visions. Neither one was right or wrong. It just, we wasted a lot of time and a lot of political goodwill. So I'm trying to find the win-wins for this year that we can work on and get done. So thank you, and hopefully give me some feedback or some ideas to take back to our commission on maybe where we can work on these things.
Thank you, Chairman Hines. Commissioner Luke, you have something?
I do. First of all, thank you very much for coming in and getting communication going. I thought it was wonderful when I saw it on the agenda, and it's even better to hear it presented. So thank you very much. You asked for help on River Road to make it look a little more lovelier. What kind of help do you need from us for that?
Potentially a letter. I know that goes a long way. I need to get you some more information on where it is. There are designs for it. It's in the process. Which one of you all is on the MPO? So maybe an MPO meeting, those types of things that we have support, just like you did in getting the road taken over by the state, is, to me, we don't need to recreate the wheel. You already did it here on Toledo Blade and Sumter. And we may not have the right of way to do the bigger, larger bends that are there, but I know Marty and Pat, Senator Neal and Marty Black are working on this, and they have some great ideas to help with that. So maybe speak with them, and in the next 3 weeks, I can get you some more information about where your commission
I
can help.
appreciate that, and I personally believe we need to support one another as government entities. I'm very proud we had one of our citizens refer to the stormwater resolution. We've got another great one coming, actually a couple of them coming up today, and sending these forward to the state. And it's a joint venture that we need to do as a county to go, up to the state and make these requests and that. So appreciate that and totally agree. All right, the biggie for me is Legacy Trail. You and I have talked a few times, and we've discussed like 2 routes. And I don't know, because you had told me in the past, you need to know what we want, where we're going to go with it. I don't know if we have all the information that we need in order to wisely, give you those types of answers. Do you think maybe somebody like John Thaxton coming and giving a presentation to us would help educate us on what those 2 routes are and what the potential may be for each of those routes?
I probably think someone from the person that's in charge of it for our county staff can come in and probably lay out for you, and your input would be very important for, all right, do this one first, do this one now. There's, and what I'm saying is going through Deer Prairie, there's already roads that are in there. You can ride your bike on it. How do we link it up? I know you're going to continue to talk about War Mineral Springs and made some recent decisions on that. Well, how can I go from the Legacy Trail to War Mineral Springs? What's the best connector? Is there land that the city already owns that we can go over? Is there land that the county already owns to get folks that come from Venice or Sarasota that want to come to the Springs, maybe spend the night, do those types of trips? Where do they cut through? How do they get there? And so we'll need your help on that. So I'll take that back to the county commission and maybe have our county staff person come down so that we can get going this year on some type of improvements, if it's through the Carlton or through Deer Prairie.
I think that's vitally important. That's showing ROI for the investment for everybody who voted for that.
Right.
So I think getting in on that first.
And that would be an example
initial.
where suddenly it's a county project. If we go through the Carlton Preserve and we just do it, okay, great. You all may benefit and you would benefit from it. But I'd sure like to hear you be part of it and say, yes, do that one first. Or no, wait a minute. You've opened Bob Johnson Landings. You have Deer Prairie. Ooh, War Mineral Springs could be easier accessed if you did it this way. So I just don't want us to jump ahead and do something without your all's consideration and input, and we're on the same page on it.
Because there's twists to both ways. I mean, we put in a bridge over at the Carlton in order to hook into the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. And Swift Mud land possession over in Deer Prairie, might be a decade before we resolve that. So I would just like everybody to have information so we can be wise and informed before giving
Sarasota,
answers.
from the city of Sarasota down to where it is now is pretty easy. It's right along the railroad tracks. So we know where that one's going. So,
Well, we have power lines.
right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Carusone.
Okay, a couple of things. First, in the past, the Sarasota County Commission used to hold meetings every once in a while, usually at the very least once a year in the chambers in the city hall. I'd love to see that happen again so that our residents can participate in the decision-making process for the county. It's not so easy to get to RLN, the South County Courthouse anymore, definitely not during season. The other thing is about River Road, sending a letter of support, excellent. Do you have any types of funding sources that we could turn around and also support in somehow?
Yes, and to get creative, I'll give you an example of what we've done. Like if you've been through Palmer Ranch on Honore Boulevard, beautiful road, winding road, trees, very nice.
Yeah.
What the developer there, Hugh Culverhouse, what we have an agreement with them is the county reimburses them for what the county would do at a level of service, but they actually take care of all the landscaping.
Oh,
So
okay, so
they
you're
have a higher
reimbursing their
level of
impact
service.
fees, but yet they're maintaining it.
Right,
Okay.
and so if we were taking care of it, it would cost this much. They're taking care of the higher level. Could that type of deal be done with a large landowner or landowners that also agree that it would benefit them and their properties to design this road in a different way or potentially contribute upfront or ongoing maintenance? Yes. And a couple of them are in the audience, but I really do think it would benefit all of us, not just us as government, but all of us in regards, and again, the Braves and everything that's going to happen.
We're talking about the entire segment, correct? Not just the portion that the state plans on taking.
So long-term planning right now, it's just a bite at the apple at a time.
I guess what my concern is that what we did on Toledo Blade is we had an kind of an agreement with the developers that were along that road. Everybody kind of piled together and they got impact fee, very similar.
Right.
They got their impact fee credits, but they're the ones who put it all together and did the development and did the widening and did the aesthetic features, which actually saved this city over millions. I think it was $6 million, I want to say. And at the time, it was pretty good. So I mean, I know that the county can't do that because of their charter. There's something wanky with your charter that doesn't allow you to have that kind of public-private partnership, but we can. So I wonder where that we may need to look more at the legal side of things if we can do something like that with the entities on that road.
We have developers build roads for us all the time and reimburse them for impact fees. But the
Okay.
state has taken this road over. We're using, I mean, this is 60 million.
Yeah.
I don't want to get quoted on the exact number. This is big
I know.
numbers to build that road. What I'm looking for are the extras and the creative thinking that you're doing to how do we get the extras, because the state's going to do their road. And then you see what they do is they come along later with these landscaping enhancements at interstate intersections. And they're okay, but they're not special like the two roads we're talking about in this city. And I think we need to be involved now up front. And then, you're right, the funding's always the hard part of it.
Yeah,
But
that's always
luckily, we got
devil's in
some nice
details.
natural features there already, because the east side of the road's pretty much all owned by the county.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, listen, however I can help, I'm in on that one. Hurricane shelters, don't even want to go there. I spent the last year and a half after Irma dealing with FEMA and trying to straighten that mess out. Back to River Road. Did we ever approach Charlotte County and seeing if they were willing to pony up some money? Because let's remember that it's their evacuation route too.
Right. We got full support with them in regards to getting the state to take it over, but in regards to dollars, no. And I think to finish my thought about the bite at the apple and where I thought you were going is South River Road. That'll be the next one. So, it's hard to, that's what happened in the past, is we just always tried to do everything at once and it became impossible. Let's do what we can do now and make it better. So I think we'll do the north segment from 41 to the interstate, which probably affects most of your residents. Then, as the villages develops out, Charlotte County's hooked up and done a lot of improvements. I believe it's Winchester that comes up to where our road hooks in.
Yeah, it's actually, part of it's in Northport, but yeah.
Right. So that'll probably be the next one. If we get off of focus on 41 to I-75, I think it just becomes too big and just gets lost in the morass of government.
I guess I kind of look the opposite way. I think that if you don't make these relationships and start this conversation now, 5 years down the road, you're never going to get anything in writing until, you know what I mean? I think that there should be some legwork done, just kind of a...
Well, South River Road, there's been a lot done. I'm not looking at
No,
Marty,
I
but
know
I think he's
Charlotte
maybe
County.
squirming.
No, I know
But
that there has been.
It's just, to me, that's step two. And
Okay.
in this next year or so, we got step one to get it to the interstate, and then we can then focus on the next one because of what's going to occur on the villages and then also growth in Charlotte County, because you are correct. That's going to be their main road also.
And then the Legacy Trail, I think that what we really need to do is have a joint commission meeting. There is absolutely 2 direct paths that have been presented by your trail system. What is her name that's running it?
That's what blank,
I can't remember.
apologize.
Anyways.
Nicole Rissler's our Parks and Direct, but
Yeah,
there's a
but-
couple,
Anyways, the one is going to be a dirt path, which it already exists, and then the other one is supposed to be a more trail system. But I think that we should sit down together with our planning staff as well, look at different alternatives where we should, and then we really need to get that long-term plan. And how are we going to financially pay for that? Are we going to allocate, will allocate some of our surtax funds over a 10-year period, and then the county will allocate some of their funds for over a 10-year period, and we'll get to a point after 10 years. We really need to have that
Yeah.
commingling of the
Well, and this one,
councils and the public.
To me, this doesn't need to be a long-term plan. We will borrow the 60 million this summer. And we made a commitment to the residents of Northport.
Yeah, but that's so small.
Yeah, but what we're lucky here is, especially with the power line road, it's already there.
Yeah.
Now, whether we pave it or we just have an ongoing weekly grading maintenance type, agreement, that makes that road accessible right into the Carlton, right onto Border Road, right into the city of Venice.
I
That's
thought it was
really
already
simple.
accessible. I thought it was already accessible.
It is, but it's
Yeah.
bumpy and has rocks.
Okay.
But, I'm saying it could be something as the county agrees that we grade this every week.
Well,
Right now, we're not.
I
And then the
think-
Deer Prairie, there's one already there too. What type of improvements would be needed? This is low-hanging fruit. We don't need a 10-year deal. Let's do this and.
Well, that
Yeah.
minuscule amount is dedicated to maybe the not even a quarter of the Deer Prairie Bridge. Let's be realistic. It's nothing that's going to really help expand the trail system. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is that we should really sit down and look at the expansion of the trail system and get that interconnectivity, which is going to cost way more than what was put out in that resolution. And figure out how to do that now.
And then, I totally agree. Then with that, we move up in favorability with the state grants
Exactly.
and with their Sun Trail, and then we hook up and you go on south, and we connect up with the whole state trail system.
That's what I meant with the long-term
Okay.
plan. Okay. And then the last thing is mosquito control. While I'm sure that you believe it's a wonderful thing, whatever they're doing is not working. Where I live, I still have an immense amount of mosquitoes in January. And I have yet to see that plane fly over my house in 2 years. So,
Okay. And to kind of, what I would say is, I don't know your address, it's public
I will
record.
be more
but,
than happy to
yeah,
bring you out there in
I
shorts and a
think then
t-shirt.
that would need to be something that they need to put some traps and take a look at, because I analogize the way they do their work now as compared to the way it was in the past is almost like intelligent policing. They do intelligent spraying. In the past, when I was a kid, they'd go through your neighborhood once a month with a truck and just fog it whether you need it or not. And that's not good for the environment. Same thing with the planes. What they're trying to do is hit the hot spots and be, preemptive on issues. Now, if your particular area is not getting resolved, then I appreciate you telling me that, and let's find out why. Because we don't need to fly over the entire county if there's some bad spots, or if it just takes some localized spraying in certain ditches, then they need to attack that spot.
I guess that when it comes to Northport, we are very unique considering the amount of ditches, our ditches, waterways, canal systems, all of the water functioning of this city, it is very, very mass. And where I live right by the Myakkahatchee. So my point is, you actually have to know about Northport to know where you need to spray or where you need to test.
Right.
And I don't believe that's the case.
Okay, and exactly, so get some little hangers and some trees in that area and see what's happening, and.
Yeah, they
get
have
that
one at
taken.
the end of Sumter, which is about 6 blocks
Yeah.
to the east of me, but
It's too far, make it
it's,
smaller.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely not doing anything by me. So,
got
okay,
it.
so that's, I think that's it.
Right,
Mr. McDowell, or Vice Mayor McDowell.
thanks,
Thank you. Please come again.
sure.
First off, I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come down here, chat with us, chat with our citizens, and be part of this whole process. So thank you for doing that. Been here for 2 years, and you're the first one, so thank you. Would love to reciprocate. If you would like us to come up to you, I'm sure any one of us would welcome that, if that's something we can talk about.
A great idea.
My counterparts already talked about Legacy Trail. I know that when we were talking about the resolution for Legacy Trail to support it, we had asked to be at the table for discussions about Legacy Trail, Northport specific, of course, but the entire trail. So hopefully that reached you guys, that we do want to be a part of it. I don't know if we need to maybe give a consensus to have city manager reach out to
county administrator and arrange for a joint meeting, if that will help expedite it. Any way we can do that.
Do we have a joint meeting set already?
I'll check. I'm not
Okay.
sure if the date's been
But
set yet.
just to give you a little backstory on that is your timing is perfect to ask for it now. Because initially when the bond passed, our staff came back and said, well, okay, we're going to plan it all out, design it. I think we can get started in 2023, 24. And we said, absolutely not. And so we made it one of our top 10 priorities and said, no, it's a railway corridor. It's not that you're building and having to do difficult construction. There's 2 bridges that we have to build over Bee Ridge and Clark, but that doesn't mean you need to have this whole thing done and planned before you can start on these areas. And it's kind of the example of the bite of the apple. Sometimes our staffs, they want to see everything done, budgeted, planned, but until they even start. And there's some things that you can start on knowing that we'll get to the end and everyone benefits now. And the examples of Northport that I've given are the perfect ones. And our commission said, absolutely no, you start now and get going on it. So timing's good.
So maybe, Mayor, if we want, maybe give a quick consensus to have city manager reach out to county administrator for a joint meeting and get that in the works sooner than later would
Yeah,
probably.
I think he said he might have one. He's going to check.
We'll check and see when it's
If he
scheduled. If
doesn't,
not, we'll
our
get one
next meeting,
scheduled on the
then
topic.
we'll do.
And I'll work on bringing our,
Have all the info and learn about
Yeah.
everything prior to having
Yeah.
a joint
I'll
meeting.
work
I
on
don't-
bringing our staff down here to give you a presentation on what's
Exactly,
on their
then
mind.
joint.
And if you all disagree with their thoughts, that's where these types of meetings are good
Exactly.
to say, that's not what we're thinking.
But I
We'd
went
rather-
to every single one of those public meetings. And so your constituents here in the city of Northport did not agree with what was being proposed. There were no connections in the city of Northport, very limited.
Right.
So
Yeah, I
Bigger
think our staff
conversations
made the
needed.
assumption with the new
still didn't
park-
change, I'm just
the
saying.
park- Well, I,
Oh, John's name.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
well, okay, I've ridden the Power Line Road many times. And so, and I may be at fault at this, but in my mind, I envisioned that with the bridge that we jointly built and the city park that's there, that is a Legacy Trail connection. I also believe that going through Deer Prairie Creek and was a Legacy Trail connection. But I do see what's missing is how do you get to War Mineral Springs? Something that you all are discussing, that you own now, that you control, that we link that up. So I think there are connections. I know there are connections through the 2 that I've had.
Cocoa
If
Plum.
you have another one or a better one, this is the time to bring it forward as we have this money that's going to be available to do what you all say, do this one first.
I definitely look forward to whatever kind of a meeting that we have together to get to the bottom of it and check off those
Yeah.
boxes. I'm looking forward to it. And again, reach out. I would love to reciprocate and come up and visit with you guys if that's okay. So thank you again
Thank
for
you.
your time. I do
Thanks, I know
appreciate
it took
it.
a lot of time, but great things happening, big projects. The more that we can work together, because again, I represent the people of Northport as well, as a countywide elected official, and I want your residents to feel that.
Thank you.
Mr. Hines, I have one more.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Stremick?
Yeah, I also want to thank you for your time. I look forward to the updates on a quarterly basis. That would be awesome. My main pet peeve, which Commissioner Carasone has already mentioned, was about mosquito control. We do have a huge problem with mosquitoes. I live 10 miles from Vanessa, or Commissioner Carasone, and I was being eaten alive by mosquitoes this afternoon in my backyard. And it's rampant. I'd hate to see the Brave Stadium open up for their inaugural game and everybody go, and then they get chewed alive by mosquitoes up there. Currently, we have allegedly 1 technician working within this whole city area. To me, I don't believe that's enough,
Okay.
especially when they've had 71 sentinel chickens come up positive with West Nile. So there is a lot of stuff that needs to be looked into this process. And as you stated earlier, this is a service that Sarasota County is providing to the city, and I think it needs to get vamped up quite a bit.
Right. And I think obviously it is a service that we're providing. We owe you a
Remember, we
duty
pay
to
it.
explain our level of service, why we believe that's the right level of service. And if you all disagree based upon personal experience, then we need to change that. And if it's increasing it, is it more flying? Is it more spraying? Is it more the fish that they put out? That's the discussion that needs to be had. And but that is owed to you all.
And hopefully we'll get an update on that in the next one.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm a believer, I mean, I pay to have my yard sprayed, and that's not what anybody's talking about here. Obviously, there's a level of service from the county. But I do want to thank you for coming. I do want to say that Vice Mayor was very correct. The city manager and I had been talking about because to have a relationship, it takes two parties. And your forward thinking in this really got us thinking. And so we've been talking about doing the same reciprocal. So he's going to get with you guys and the staff and try to work out something where every so often we can come there and give a presentation to you about what's going on in our city and how we can work together with you too. Good. So I want to thank you for the forward thinking in it. And that's something that obviously the board is in support of. I hadn't brought that forth yet, but we had talked about it. And I just want to thank you for that. Great. So I appreciate you coming. And you have a wonderful trip back. Thank you.
Have a safe trip back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, moving on. Item 6K.
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you moved it.
6K, I just got to get to that page. 1 second. 6K.
Welfare reform?
6K, resolution, 2019 R2, supporting child welfare reform. I believe this is by Commissioner Carasone, but it says presentation by the city manager. So, city manager, I'm going to turn it over to you to get us set up.
Yeah, I know that was kind of stupid, but little blondes these days, you know. Hey, are you ready? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Treidel, and what brought myself and many others from the committee here tonight was the death of a young child named Jordan Bellevue. I'm sure you guys all heard about it in the news, and we're here and ready to address the issues that are within our state and our cities. So before I get started, I would like to just have a few of the committee members stand. We don't have all of them here today, but I would like to recognize the ones that did come and thank them for all the time that they put in to support our reform. So thank you. After Jordan's death, the committee and I, we felt it was necessary to create the needed change within the child welfare system. The DCF Task Force Committee that spent hours upon hours working on this proposal between meetings and emails is made up of law enforcement personnel, foster parents, child welfare professionals, and individuals from several other backgrounds that have professional and personal experience within the system. Due to my experience, I was asked to present the changes the committee is proposing before you all this evening. Before I get started, I would like to share with you some of my background. I have extensive experience working for the child welfare system in both Nebraska and Florida. I also have several years' experience working for other social service agencies and will graduate with my Master's of Social Work in less than 6 months. In the 10 years I have worked in the child welfare system and social service system, I have been a family support worker, case manager, child welfare investigator, and currently am a school social worker working with high-risk youth ages 16 to 21. So I'm not coming here with a lack of knowledge, to say the least. I have a lot of experience in the system, and I've had 10 years to see the pitfalls. I have experienced and heard child and family experiences that you would not believe. From the outside, the child welfare system appears messy and lacks proper oversight. But you would be astonished at what the child welfare system looks from the inside. You can never really understand the injustices until you have worked in and been exposed to the system. The people that really understand the impacts of the system are the ones that have been directly exposed to it or that are currently working in it. So I'm here today because I have never been so passionate about anything in my life compared to the burning passion I have for creating change in the child welfare system. Myself and so many others are here to make those changes because we have seen too many failures, and the death of Jordan Bellevue was the last straw for us. Too many innocent children have lost their lives because of the failures of the system and the lack of interventions that maintain generation after generation of abuse.
Hey, Tamara, are you supposed to be hitting the...
Not yet.
Okay.
Thank you, though. A cycle that families and the system continue to enable, and the cycle that has resulted in the death of Jordan, a young child just 2 years of age, among many others. On behalf of Jordan, we are here to plead with you to take an interest in making the system better for our youth and our families and our community. It's not working.
There we go.
So you're probably wondering, how big of a problem is this? Because it's so hidden in our community that people really don't understand what the impacts are. As of October 2018, there were 321 child fatalities in the state of Florida. Of those fatalities, 39% of the families had a prior history with DCF involvement. That is a very, very high number. Florida's reunification rate of children with their families is only 47%, whereas the national average is 51%. You're probably thinking, does 4% really matter? Well, when you're talking about 4% of a large population of kids that are involved in the system, it's a huge number. Especially when you're talking about children not being reunified with their families and never being able to go home. Children love their parents no matter what. A lot of times people can't understand, well, they have abuse and neglect. Why are you going to send them back to their parents? Because that can be fixed. People make mistakes, just like people that get involved in the criminal justice system make mistakes. The child welfare system is supposed to help fix those families and repair them, not tear them apart. So we have 4% less than the national average of families being torn apart in Florida, where kids are not ever being able to be tucked in by mommy and daddy again. They all love their parents no matter what. On average, 46% of children that enter the system are in care for 12 months or longer, just lingering in foster care without a place to truly call home. And even worse, 28% of children are in care for 2 or more years. We have 2 foster parents in this room tonight, one of which has had children in her care for over 3 years. And those kids are nowhere near going home or being adopted. Can you imagine living each day never knowing if you're going back home to mom and dad, be adopted, or continue to linger in care until your 18th birthday and never having a place to truly call home after that? It's traumatic for these youth and it's unacceptable. So other than what the kids must feel, the deaths and the injustices, what are the effects of not properly addressing child abuse and neglect in our communities? Well, when children have a history of abuse or neglect, they are at an increased risk of negative emotional, behavioral, medical, and psychological outcomes, which leads to an increased involvement in the criminal justice system, being addicted to substances, an increase in medical costs, and mental health concerns. And if that's not enough, they are also at a higher risk of being a perpetrator of child abuse and neglect and domestic violence, which continues the cycle of abuse further into other generations. Trauma accounts for 45% of mental health disorders starting in childhood. 70% of psychiatric inpatients are reported to have experienced some form of child abuse. Medical costs are found to increase significantly when individuals have a history of trauma. The annual adjusted cost ranges between $980 to $1,269 per an abused person. These negative impacts just touch the surface. All of the negative impacts you see on the screen: increased costs to social service agencies, EMS, fire and police departments, and increased costs also affect citizen premiums. Now you're probably looking at the proposal like, wow, that's a lot of changes. And I understand that we have presented you with a significant number of changes, so I'm going to share with you the task's top 7 priorities. And I personally truly believe that everything on this list is important and would love for you to adopt it all. But if you can't, the 7 that I would love to see adopted first are for the state to increase funding to hire more child welfare investigators and case managers to decrease caseloads. Currently, the state statute for maximum number of assigned cases is 15. However, this state statute is not followed, and investigators frequently have up to 50 cases at any given time. When caseloads are that high, proper investigations cannot be conducted, leaving children at risk. Increasing the number of investigators and caseworkers will ensure thorough investigations, and proper oversight, which will decrease child death and serious bodily harm cases. In addition, the state should increase salaries that is more representative to professional requirements, responsibilities, duties, and liabilities of workers. Increasing salaries will not only decrease turnover rates, it will decrease the costs associated with training new employees. The state will also have a more experienced DCF workers, which impacts the quality of assessments conducted, protecting our youth in the long run. Now you're probably thinking, well, it sounds like this has a lot to do with the state. It does, but it also impacts our communities, and we have to start at the local level to create change at the state level. So getting this adopted here is our first step toward a really big movement to create change at the state level and then hopefully the national level, because Florida isn't the only place that has this problem. It's nationally. You look at the statistics, it's astonishing. Our next priority requests that the state require investigations to remain open for 60 days. Within that 60 days, for cases where imminent danger was not present, investigators should be required to contact children and their families a minimum of 3 times. In addition, during that 60 days, investigators should be required to make a minimum of 3 collateral contacts to include the child's school or daycare, a family member, and neighbor. These requirements will ensure that higher quality assessments are being conducted, which will aid in identifying potential risk factors that could increase threat to the child increase threat to the child over time. Our next priority requests that DCF mandates investigators to develop more objective and holistic reports that are not only answer to the complaints in the home when writing an affidavit for removal, but include the strengths of the family as well, because family strengths can decrease overall risk. Writing more holistic reports allows judges to make an informed decision regarding the best interests of the children. Let's face it, there are children that are removed every day that don't need to be. There are services that can be put in place to protect children in their home, decreasing the number of kids in foster care, and keeping families together. When children are removed from the home, it's very traumatic. They're staying at a stranger's house, long-term, don't know who's going to tuck them in at night, and frequently bouncing from foster home to foster home with different case managers every couple of months. It's not okay. I couldn't imagine what my kids would feel sleeping in a stranger's bed at night not knowing when they're going to go home. Our next priority requests that DCF and community-based care agencies be mandated to develop focus groups that address employee retention concerns and conduct yearly employee surveys with a minimum of 25% employees being surveyed. Following the employee survey, the identified concerns should be addressed within 90 days. DCF has an extremely high turnover rate, and I don't even want to see the training dollars that they spend. They can't even get workers out of training because they're turning over before the training is completed. Next, we request for children to receive mandatory mental health services that are recommended following the behavioral health assessment conducted when children enter care. You'll hear this called the CBHA. More often than not, the recommendations of this assessment are not followed, leaving children at an increased risk of being incarcerated, having mental health concerns, and abusing substances as adolescents and adults because of unaddressed childhood trauma. When children enter care, they receive the CBHA, and then the recommendations are very, very rarely followed. So you have all these kids in care that not only have the traumatic experience and the abuse that they've experienced, but now they have the traumatic experience from being removed from the home, and they're not receiving mental health services. But we're trying to help them. It doesn't look like that to me. We would also like to ensure that GALs and foster parents have an opportunity to be heard at status or reunification hearings. At the present time, GAL and foster parent guardian ad litem, sorry, I have that lingo, and foster parents are not given the respect and voice they deserve when they often have valuable information that could impact a judge's decision on reunification. For example, the foster parent of Jordan had several concerns regarding reunification, and unfortunately, her concerns were not heard, and the result ended up being the death of Jordan. The last priority is to ensure that when children are reunified with their parents, the return is gradual. Currently, children are reunified abruptly, causing additional stress on the parent and child, increasing the family's risk immediately upon reunification. Slowly transitioning children home allows the parents time to ease back into caregiving full-time and children to adjust back to their normal home environment and new routine. A slow transition should decrease the risk of children re-entering care and reduce further trauma. Jordan was reunified for 3 months prior to his death, and the case manager was only required to make contact 1 time per week, despite concerns in the family home. We propose that drop-ins be conducted a minimum of 5 times per week upon reunification and gradually decrease throughout 6 months post-placement supervision.
We have a couple of minutes.
Almost done.
Awesome. Doing great.
She talks fast.
I know, she's talking very fast.
I have to get through it. It's important. Through support of our proposal, communities will see a reduction in the costs related to mental health and medical services, child welfare training, criminal activity, and child abuse and neglect, and education resources. These top costs will decrease over time by being proactive instead of reactive to problems in our community. So here's a couple of pictures of Jordan. And the quote that I have is, there is no more neutrality in the world. You either have to be a part of the solution or you're going to be a part of the problem. Unfortunately, right now we have too many people that are a part of the problem and aren't creating action or taking action to create change. It's vital that this is supported so we can move to the state to mandate changes within our system. I'm going to play this video with your help in about 2 seconds. But the last thing that I want to share before I do that, a recent article was just published, and hopefully you guys have copies of it. A state senator recent release that after the response of Jordan's death, they did an investigation that she does not have any confidence that other vulnerable individuals across the state can be kept safe by DCF. A state senator said that. DCF says there were warning signs were missed and agency policies were not followed in the case. And that is not an uncommon occurrence. Luckily, there aren't more child deaths than there already are.
Dr. Haley Hines, she's been going over the report as well. And Haley, what are the big takeaways here? It sounds like a whole lot went wrong.
Lack of communication and missed red flags are some of the biggest issues. The crucial question tonight is, how can the mistakes highlighted in this DCF report not be repeated? Tonight, the case management agency that directly oversaw Jordan Belivo's case is promising quick and specific action. DCF's newly released report details the short life of 2-year-old Jordan Belivo, a life punctuated by failures and lack of communication on every level of a foster system meant to protect him. According to the report, caseworkers noted worries about firearms, drug and gang activity where he lived, and domestic violence between his parents. Despite being moved into foster care in late 2016, Jordan was reunified with his mother, Cherise Stinson, in May of 2018. September 1st, Stinson reported Jordan missing. September 4th, his body was found, and police say Stinson confessed to killing him. DCF's new secretary, Chad Capel, criticized caseworkers and investigators, saying despite multiple opportunities, no one changed his circumstances. DCF policies were not followed. Communication throughout the process was poor, and several clear warning signs were missed.
No one could have predicted the behavior of this mother and the tragic outcome.
Last September, April Lott, President and CEO of Directions for Living, the case management agency assigned directly to Jordan Belivo, said their case manager believed the major concerns had been addressed. In response to the new report, Lott revealed that case manager is no longer with the agency. Every other person involved was placed on an immediate corrective action plan, which could include disciplinary action and retraining. The agency's new preventative action plan includes better communication with other child welfare agencies, internal reviews of all children up to 5 years old in the post-reunification population, triple checking for safety warning signs, and all staff training on issues like domestic violence and substance abuse. Ecker Connects, which runs the foster care system in Pinellas County.
Okay, I'll stop it there because you guys saw the important part. So the important thing is here is that we start creating change within our community. And I want to thank you guys for all your support and being willing to hear me out tonight. I know that it was a lot, but it's a very, very important issue. They can say they're creating changes all they want, but it trickles down from the top. And let's be honest, it's a broken system. It has been for a long time. Nobody has taken action. And I won't stop until it's done. So I hope that you can provide your support, and I will push this further and get it going to protect kids in our community, because overall it will decrease costs in Northport and other communities as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go anywhere.
Now that we get started, can I ask the city clerk to read the resolution by title only?
Sure, thank you.
Oh, I will.
Resolution 2018-R02, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, urging members of the Florida Legislature to support child welfare reform in Florida to ensure a safe environment is provided to those who cannot protect themselves and to reduce community impacts statewide, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor. To you now. Now that I'm caught up, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation, extremely informative. How many cases, just for public information, how many cases would you say DCF opens every year? Just obviously.
I would have to look that up, and I'm sure Vanessa can pull it quick.
Okay, I was just curious if you would know something off the top of your head, not a big deal.
I have stuff at home on my laptop.
Not a problem. I can't think of a better advocate to help you get this going than Commissioner Carasone.
Thank you.
I know she was very moved when this child was killed. I remember it being at a commission meeting, and it was very touching how it impacted her. So she's going to be very helpful. I remember Bradley McGee when I first moved down here.
Oh, wow.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Very similar story. Gives me goosebumps because Bradley McGee was my first welcoming to Northport in the child services. Touches my heart every time that I hear of another tragedy that it still happens. And this excuses are not changed. They're exactly the same from when Bradley McGee and now him. And they will continue. Reform, we hear it, and nothing really changes. And hopefully, finally, with this resolution being shared statewide and hopefully nationally, once we get to be the forefront of this, that it will finally get some much-needed reform. So thank you, Commissioner Carasone, for bringing this forward. Thank you to you and the others that are here. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
I have two questions. First of all, thank you for being, carrying this platform. It is definitely necessary. On page 3 of the resolution, 2.02A, that if an individual has been a productive member of society, how do you define a productive member of society?
So the child welfare system, although lacking in several areas, does home studies when they place kids with relatives and caregivers. So productive member of society is, have they gotten in trouble with law enforcement? Have they law enforcement contacts? If so, what were the contacts? Collateral contacts stating the character of this individual now. Over time, if you're continuing to have trouble, you're going to make contact with the law at some point. So just showing that that contact is decreased or that eliminated, and that you're a better functioning member of society and safe to take a child with a thorough home study being conducted.
Satisfied with that definition that is current then? I mean, if that's what this is referring to as the current definition, are you satisfied with that?
The definition we have in the proposal?
The definition that's being used, yes.
I can make it more clear. I don't mind amending that.
All right, and then I do not understand the latter part of that. If they've been a productive member of society for 5 years or more, their past should not be held against them, and they should have a right to accept placement of relatives. What is placement of relatives? Probably another term in the system that I'm not familiar with.
So the only exception we're asking for this is for relative caregivers. And what that means is when children are removed from their parental home, if there's a relative willing and able to take them, that they can do so despite their criminal history if it's been a long time ago and they haven't had any more issues. I put a specific number in here, I think 5 years.
Yeah, so in other words, if the grandfather of Justin had, or Jordan had been arrested 15 years ago, he would not have qualified to be able to have him and care for him, even though he's probably taking care of, others. It's a qualifier that says, listen, we're not going to hold your past against you if you've been clean for the last 5 years and you've turned the page. And so, because they don't do that now. And it's really creating that backlog in both the foster care system as well as in, just the foster care system pretty much is just, it's really difficult to get these kids into that system.
So 2.02A is referring then to the placement of that child, not the parent earning the right to have the child back then.
Correct.
It's just talking about the placement. Okay, that makes sense to me now. Thank you.
Yeah, if you see 2.02, kind of the title, and it says changes the child welfare system placements and foster care. So thank God for the city attorney.
We can add out of home
She's the one who
placements.
helped form this. I couldn't have done this. Ours is a little more messy.
Good. I don't have any other commenters or questioners, so entertain a motion.
Well, I will
I'll give it to you.
be
Sure.
more than happy
Sure,
to
baby.
move to approve resolution number 2019-R-02.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioner Carasone?
I just want to say that these guys and gals, because we had the fire department, the police department, people who had come and were a part of this ad hoc committee offer suggestions, and were just real quick to say, this is what we see wrong with it, this is how we need to fix it, and boom, 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 it all just came together and clicked so nicely. And Tamara and I have been talking about this for years, the need to change this system, because we have a personal connection. And when I see that baby, so we are going to take this to every government agency we can, all the way up to the state, and hopefully we will get it even further, because we are going to make change this time. He will not die in vain.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any other? Commissioner? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take the vote. And that was approved unanimously.
Whew. Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
It's related. Commissioner Carasone, do you want us to send it to the elected officials and FLC under?
Yes, yes,
I think it would have a little bit more oomph to it.
I think I had that in a note somewhere and I just lost it, so
I think
yes.
we need to give direction.
Should we make another motion
I'll make
for
a
that?
motion.
Go.
Motion to instruct the city manager to send this resolution to the Florida League of Cities, the governor, our state elected representatives, and to our local government entities, so that way then they may be encouraged to adopt something similar. And let's get this word out.
They have the list already from the other resolutions. Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything?
Nope.
Good, let's take the vote. That was approved unanimously. Okay, moving on.
Thank
Ordinance
you.
number, yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 2018-60. Can I get a motion to read ordinance by title only?
Which one is this?
Second?
Oh, second, I'm sorry.
A motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's vote. That was approved unanimously. City Clerk.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-60, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, repealing ordinance number 2017-13, thereby amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 46, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 2, Offenses involving Public Peace and Order, Division 2, Noise, Sections 46-40 and 46-42 to repeal the exemption for pumps, air conditioning, and air handling equipment in planned development communities with certain side setbacks, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
This item was brought back at your direction, started back on April of 2017, when staff presented a commission with an exemption to the noise ordinance for certain planned communities for their pool pumps, air handlers, and air conditioning systems, for those that had basically your zero lot line communities. Subsequent to that, it was brought back in November 5th of 2018, where staff was directed to undo that exemption and put us back to where we were prior to that being brought to you in 2017. As a result, we have drafted this ordinance right here that will basically remove the exemption for those planned communities that have zero lot lines. And with that, we're here to answer any questions. If you want to know more about the details of it, we can do that, or the implications.
Thank you. I kind of think this might be a good time for this. I have two public comments here. So let's go ahead and do that. We usually do that before, after the motion, but we'll go ahead and do it now. I have Marty Black, and I have Mr. Pat Neal.
Good evening, Marty Black, representing West Villages. How many of you know what the sound of Rice Krispies is? That's correct, huh? It's about 30 decibels. So just to put it in perspective, your regulations are proposing to take away an exemption that's been in place because it's necessary. With the newer communities, planned development communities, the developers, the builders are installing brand new equipment that meets specifications by the manufacturers, effectively to achieve a rating that's comparable to conversational speech that ranges anywhere from 60 decibels to 70 decibels. By removing the exemption, our concern is that you're going to create unnecessary issues in the community. If you go back and look at the testimony of your own staff, not only in West Villages but other planned communities in the city, you're going to have a compliance issue. In our review, the complaints are really as a result of malfunctioning equipment. We understand that. But by taking away this exemption, we think you're creating unintentional consequences. As many of you know, I'm a former city manager and planning director in communities across the country in Florida. I took the opportunity to review your ordinance. It hasn't kept up with state statutory changes or case law. Our request is that you deny this ordinance and ask staff to get with industry on a working group and bring back an appropriate set of amendments to regulations to make them more consistent with state statutes and the governing practices of other communities. Sarasota County, Manatee County as an example, have exemptions for operating equipment that meets manufacturer standards when it deals with pool pumps and air conditioning units and like equipment. But they also have other exemptions. In West Villages, we're an active agricultural operation. And there are state preemptions to local government rules on that. Several years back, the state preempted cities and counties from regulating shooting ranges. And your ordinance hasn't kept up with those provisions. So I'm really here to say, deny this ordinance at this step, ask your staff to put together a working group. We're happy to serve on that and bring back a fuller set of amendments that we think would serve the community well going forward. And thank you. We're available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Neal.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Pat Neal. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on this evening. I'm a home builder. I've built about 14,000 homes from Hillsborough to Collier County since 1970. The first homes I built on Longboat Key cost about $23,900 in 1970. On the north end of Longboat Key, Florida. Everything that we do in government, I used to be a member of the Florida Senate, was chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee. And one of the things I learned is that everything we did in government ended up costing somebody money. Today in Sarasota County, Florida, our impact assessments are about $23,000. The new energy requirements are about $5,000 a house. The hurricane uplift standards are about $6,000 per house. Of course, the sales tax is about $9,000 a house. Those five figures total about $43,000. As recently as 2008, we built and sold new homes at $106,900 at River Sound in Bradenton. Today, our least expensive home is $223,900 in Parrish, Florida. We have a goal to build affordable housing in Sarasota County at about $180,000 next year. But you can see that we can't pay $43,000 in direct governmental costs and provide homes for hometown heroes, working people, policemen, and people who work in our town if everything we do in government enhances the cost. Of course, our employees work in Northport. Most of the folks that we have in Sarasota building live either in Northport or Bradenton. We think this is the place where you're supposed to have a nice $200,000 home on an 80 by 120 lot. But everything that you do costs money. In the 14,000 homes, I do not remember a new air conditioning system that's ever produced a noise problem anywhere. It's a solution to, in my respectful observation, for a problem which doesn't exist. May I respectfully ask that you send this back to committee and allow us to work with your staff for a solution that both saves sound and provides a livable city in the city of Northport, but doesn't add to the cost of building new homes. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Commissioner McDowell, or Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm going to preface this by saying,
Card coming.
this 17, 13, can you give me a minute? I got to find out what this one's for.
Here, you just go ahead and answer your question.
Oh, here it is.
Yes,
Yeah,
your question.
it is for the noise ordinance. Go ahead.
All right, do you mind if we give him his name?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Horton?
Oh, that's why.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, and I apologize for not submitting my card properly and throwing you off. That's not my intention. My name is Cody Vaughn Birch. I work for D.R. Horton. We're a home builder, national home builder. It's building homes. I
said Dr. Horton. Sorry.
Hey, that's right.
Hey, Doc.
Donald R. Horton. We're fond of him, and he keeps us on our toes when he's around. I'm here speaking similarly to the speaker that preceded me, here in opposition of removing this exemption from the noise ordinance. I did go back and I watched some minutes, and I was kind of trying to figure out what this was about. I wasn't really sure. Seems like it stemmed from a faulty pump in Talon Bay. Staff came in and said, look, some of these air conditioners are like 2 and 3 feet away from the property line. If we enforce this noise ordinance on everybody, the entire neighborhood's going to be in violation. So let's throw this exemption in, which seemed to work, and it kind of takes the city out of the business of enforcing pump noise violations. I don't think that business is very big, since you've had like one complaint in the last several years anyway, so that's probably, but I would oppose the removal of this exemption. I would encourage that the noise ordinance, if you are going to look at it and you are going to do exemptions, I did read through Sarasota's noise ordinance pretty carefully. They've got some good definitions in there, and it's, you know, not a bad idea if you're going to open up the whole thing, maybe to just do it comprehensively. So anyway, I would urge you to, as this preceding speaker suggested, table this, maybe see if there's some other options, and not move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner or Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to preface it by saying I was one of those that said, no, do not bring this back. We've had one complaint. We are opening ourselves up to having to have our code enforcement go back out there to each one of these homes that are non-compliant and start this whole thing all over. I believe that for different reasons than the developers that came out tonight, that we should be looking at this as this is their responsibility to fix. This is their equipment. This is their building. Let them solve this problem. This is not our city code enforcement problem. By repealing it, which is what this ordinance is doing, is putting it back onto the backs of our city staff. So I understand that the staff is not the legislators, that we are. However, I would like their opinion on this. Can you have the staff come up and give their opinion on this? Whether it be code enforcement, whether it be the building and planning department?
I'll have Frank Miles come up and give you his ideas on this. I will tell you mine while he's on his way up here is this will, as was stated by several people, this will make it a code enforcement issue for every single home in those areas because the noise with the zero lot lines will become an issue. They'll all be out of compliance. I would have a hard time directing staff here to be proactive on this because basically it would create a very pleasant war between us and every one of these neighborhoods.
A very pleasant war.
As we'd hear about it. So it's not my intention that we would be proactive about this at all. And you are correct. We had one complaint over all of this in the time that we've had this exemption in place, and that was from a faulty pool pump. That there were other ways that it could have been resolved, but those weren't pursued. The issue was turned around and said, we're in compliance with the city because we're exempted out, so there's nothing we can do about it. There was nothing the city could do about it. There was still something the neighborhood could have done about it. They just chose not to.
Good question. Was it Commissioner Yates that brought this back up to bring it, right?
You guys all agreed to have it be brought back.
I can't remember why.
Because you wanted to have it that the noise ordinance, because you wanted to have equal protection around the city, even though these are zero lot line properties.
It was segregating that population or those residents from, yes. But
They
I'll
bought
wait
these
till I'm called
properties.
on.
They know they're zero lot line.
That was my question. I just couldn't remember why we brought this back. I thought that it had to do with one person or something, and
There was
that's
one
why we
complaint.
did it in the first place.
We did it because we could not establish a way to measure the noise for these, because they're so close, and the way we currently measure noise is from the property line. And because their pump is so close to the property line, it creates, they're all out of compliance, but they're built that way.
Right.
And the
right.
neighborhoods are designed that way. So when we realized, when Mr. Williams was here, we had an issue. That's why we brought this to you all, is because we had every one of these neighborhoods, every property in there, unless you happen to have one of those funky corner-shaped or pie-shaped lots, you were out of compliance. Rather than issue a non-compliance to everybody, we exempted those neighborhoods out, and everything was fine. And there was literally the one complaint. It was due to I don't know if it was a pool or an air pump or air handler, but there was.
It was a pool pump.
I believe it was a pool pump.
Yeah.
And anyone that's ever been anywhere near a faulty pool pump knows that it's outrageously loud. And I don't care if you're in the planned community or not, you're gonna be out of compliance. So this was brought back to you as an issue, and the direction was to bring it back, removing the exemption.
Now
Frank
it's
has
coming
more-
back to me.
No, thank you. Frank Miles, for the record, Neighborhood Development Services Director. City Manager Lear pretty well encapsulated the entire issue regarding this matter. It was one property, and it was in a funny shaped lot that actually had a malfunctioning pump. And that, to my knowledge, in my review, is the only complaint that we've had dealing with this. The problem with trying to enforce it is, we do have a noise meter. Oftentimes, the traffic on the road that goes in front of the offending property is louder than what the offending noise is. So it would be problematic to try to enforce. I might suggest that we go back and take a look at this ordinance in the context of our ULDC review to look at maybe addressing it to ensure that pool pumps are kept in an operating top conditions so they won't make the noise and all of that. But short of that, we would have to be looking at buffers and requiring the builders to move the equipment in certain ways that, it's going to be very problematic for these types of developments.
And one thing I'd like to add to that, if you decide not to move forward with this ordinance, but still want to look for a solution for those kind of neighborhoods, I fully appreciate all three of the developers here that basically said they'd be willing to work with us. And anytime we can partner with them and help come up with a method that benefits all, and without increasing the cost of a government regulation for a neighborhood, I don't think that's anybody's goal here, certainly not mine. Our goal is, this was when it was brought to you, it was put under the guise of a health, safety, and wellness issue. So if that's the issue we're looking to address, and we can work jointly with them to come up with a method, I like Mr. Miles with the ULDC process, we might come up with a creative way that nobody's thought of without putting thousands of homes out of compliance. And that would be, if you still want to do something, that would be my recommendation, is allow us to work with them and come up with a unique solution.
Just have one more.
Mr. McDowell?
So if by chance this does get repealed, does that mean that the developers then can put in equipment that they put in before, whereas now they're putting in higher quality equipment with like little mufflers or whatever it is? Is that what they're doing now to diminish the noise?
Well, now they are installing equipment to the manufacturer's specification, which limits the noise sound. We don't have any extra requirements, but if we, eventually if we took this away, that would lead in that direction. I mean, you would be looking at requiring, extra additional steps to muffle sounds. We even looked at, we may have to require, bedrooms would be located in a different part of the house so they wouldn't hear the, the sounds. Those that's where you're headed. So
I'm not headed anywhere.
Yeah.
I didn't want this to come
You
back.
as in the body, if you will. Not any one of you.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
I am for these gentlemen working with our staff to come up with something. Mr. Black sent, I believe it was from Manatee County, with his email, what they have. I absolutely loved it because the portion of it that talked about the air conditioning wasn't segregating the residents. It was equal across the board. And that is the thing that I didn't like about what we were doing previously. We were just carving out certain people, residents within our city, and saying, okay, you don't have that same protection that we're given to the others. So whether it's noise, whether it's light, whether it's whatever, I think every citizen deserves the same amount of protection. And I believe what he sent is beautifully stating to cover everybody. So I would definitely support it being tabled and some type of task force getting with our staff. Thank you.
I have nobody else going to entertain. Anybody have a motion? Anybody want to move on this?
City Attorney, do we need to make a motion to take no action?
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do.
And then,
Oh, sorry.
well, the reason why I'm asking this first question is if we take no action about repealing this, do we have to make a motion to do that first?
No, ma'am.
No?
You don't take a motion to take no action.
I will make a motion to have the city manager work with staff during the ULDC rewrite process to include revisions to the noise ordinance. Period.
Second.
A motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Garrison. Vice Mayor?
That was my voice.
Do I keep saying that?
Yeah, I
Commissioner
know.
Luke, I'm so sorry. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thankfully, we're not repealing this. And I really think that everybody working together, even with the ULDC consultants, going through the ULDC rewrite, that they can have something brought forth that will be a little bit more cohesive. So thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
I already stated I thought what the backup to this letter from Mr. Black was absolutely perfect. It addresses a lot of other concerns with noise, so definitely for them working together if they want to do it during the ULDC rewrite or if they wanted to do it sooner, up to them, but would love to see it accomplished so that it's equal across all fronts.
Okay, let's take the vote. Vote passes unanimously. Thank you. Yep, thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Okay, we're moving back to consent agenda.
Dr. Horton, we said hi.
Dr. Horton. Where's Dr. Horton? I've been looking for that guy. Okay, consent agenda. We're on item A, approval of minutes.
Are we,
Can I
had stuff that I was pulling there.
Oh, yeah, it was pulled. Everything that was mentioned yesterday to pull was, we have A, E, H, and I.
Sorry, and I wasn't here for that, so
No,
my
I know.
apologies. My
No, no,
apologies.
it's okay.
Actually, we do not need to pull A because I've gotten with the city clerk since then, so A does not need to be pulled.
Okay. Is everybody good with that?
Thou shalt not pull it.
Oh, my God.
So you're pulling E and what?
E, H, and I.
Yeah, we pulled E, H, and I. So,
All right,
okay, we're
I'll
moving
make
on
your
to E.
motion to approve the consent agenda A, B, C, D.
I'll second.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's take the vote. Pass unanimously. All right, on to item E, application to the Harry Shapiro Charitable Foundation grant in an amount of $20,000 for equipment and challenge coins.
So you understand my reason for pulling it is I like to showcase whenever we get a grant money from outside sources because it's really saving the taxpayer some dollars. So if maybe city manager wants to give a brief overview so we can give kudos and props, I would be grateful.
City manager, overview of kudos and props.
We will make sure to contact them and let them know again, thank you very much.
You want to just for the
You wanna
record
do
state
something right now?
out loud what
that's what she's
what they
looking
donated and what
Sorry, I
it's going to
was
be used for?
slightly distracted by fried chicken from the person next to me, but
Who brought fried chicken?
that being said, now this was, again, this is, I believe, the third year in a row that the Shapiro Foundation has donated to the city in an increasingly large amount each year. I believe it started at 10, we're now up to $20,000 they're donating towards the police department. They gave specific things that they wanted the money to be used for. That being said, we will use it for those things. Our options at that point are to use it for those who give it back, and I'm not a big fan of giving money back. So we will use it and to benefit the police department, which obviously benefits all of our residents.
Wonderful, thank you.
Just one follow-up question. Do we formally send a thank you on behalf of commission to these outside agencies, the private foundations, thanking them?
The departments always send them one, but if you want one sent from the commission, specifically from the commission, signed by either the mayor, or if you just want me to send a letter, we can do that. I don't typically send a second thank you. Like in this case, I know the police department recognizes them at their annual awards banquet, and they present them with, I don't know if it's a plaque or something else, but they are very well thanked.
Yeah, I just,
Maybe-
as a
maybe in
commission.
your letters, just put, and the commissioners, just include us in it. Would that be all right?
That's fine. I just
Let the
wanted to
chief
make sure.
decide.
I just
Let him
wanted to
do
make sure.
The chief-
That's okay, that's all. I'll make a motion there if you're ready.
Please.
Nobody else has any questions?
I didn't have a question, I had a comment, though. I appreciate you bringing forward to give kudos to Grace's Foundation. If you hadn't heard, they also gave $10,000 to Teen Court. So phenomenal charity.
Yep. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the application for the Harry Shapiro Charitable Foundation grant in the amount of $20,000.
Add and accept to that.
Oh, and accept, I'm sorry.
Did
Sorry.
you get that, Miss Katie?
Yes, thank you.
Crystal? All right, so I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. For reasons stated?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look. Approved unanimously. Moving on to item H, Community Development Block Grant Subrecipient Agreement with Sarasota County for park enhancements at the Garden of the Five Senses Park. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is another grant we're getting. We've had a couple conversations, I believe, on this. This will provide another $350,000 worth of improvements to the Boundless Playground and Garden of the Five Senses area related to ADA improvements and everything. They are listed in the backup. With that being said, this was the formalized agreement when we talked about it. I told you they wanted us to change the use of that from the facade improvement program that was not being taken advantage of anymore to this requirement. So the agreement is being presented to you just as the formality to finish signing what we already talked about.
Okay.
Make a motion.
Okay.
The reason why I pulled it is I just wanted it to be
Kudos.
stated. Yeah, it's kudos and props.
Absolutely.
I like that. I'll make a motion to approve and accept the Community Development Block Grant Agreement with Sarasota County for park enhancements at the Garden of Five Senses and Boundless Playground.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. For reasons stated. Take a vote. That passes unanimously. Moving on to item I, funding agreement with Sarasota County for the improvement of River Road. City
I
Manager.
just have one question. The only reason why I pulled it.
Oh, all right, ask the question.
Yeah, I'm glad to see it. City Attorney, I know I sent you an email. If you could please, for the record, the direction given on October 4th with this agreement had it contingent upon the approval of the SIB loan. If you could answer that, please. I didn't see it in the agreement, and I'm just wondering why.
Yeah, well, if I can answer that
Come on.
real quick, the reason that's not in there is the city attorney and I talked about it. The agreement the loan application for the SIB loan has already been approved. So, rather than adding something as a requirement that's already done, that's why we left it out.
Fantastic. I just needed it on the record. Thank you
Nope,
very
that's fine.
much. I'll make a motion if nobody
Oh,
else has.
no. I am pulling on Commissioner Yates.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. A tab marker there.
Yes, she does. You do have a couple tabbies.
So,
Wow, you're putting them to use. Wait until she hears this.
Commissioner Kirsten.
okay, so page 1, let's see here. Number 2, the initial deposit. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what I needed. Oh, annual sum deposits, where it starts talking about the initial deposit and then the making annual payments to the county, the annual sum, and imposed transportation impact fees collected by the city during the preceding fiscal year from the development within West Villages. Okay, 2 things. First of all, it's kind of worded wonky. That it almost sounds like it's from the entire city, but I know it's not. It's from just West Villages. And the word all transportation impact fees, I'm not sure if the word all of them has to be in there. There might be something. I'm trying to think ahead of the years. You know, it could be 10 years down the road or 7 years down the road, and they carve out, say, another section, and it's different fees, but they may argue that it's impact fees because later on it talks about if we change the mobility fees. So I guess just the concern about the words all, the concern about the way that it's worded. But the biggest thing is that we need to make sure that this is all those that are physically collected. So in other words, if you get impact fees and we're going to give impact fee credits back, well, that shouldn't be accounted for in the annual sum because remember, we'll have to come up with that 50%. So I think there needs to be something in there that says the actuals that are collected. That's the one issue
City attorney address that?
there. City attorney.
Commissioner, I believe that's, in my reading, that's what the language already says, although I'd be more than happy, to consider an alternative and weigh in on that if you would like my opinion on it. It does say shall be in an amount equal to 50% of all the city-imposed transportation impact fees collected by the city during the preceding fiscal year from the development within the West Villages Improvement District. And we do need to define for the purposes of the agreement how we're going to calculate it, so it does need to be clear. To me, it's clear, but I've read the agreement before, so if it's not clear to the board and you have any, suggestions
So you're saying
about that.
just the word collected should define the fact that it's physically received, it's not an impact fee credit? Okay.
Commissioner, do you want to take the word all out? Would that reduce your concern? So it's equal to 50% of the city-imposed transportation impact fees collected by the city during the preceding fiscal year from the development within West Villages.
Yeah, that was the second part that I didn't like. But I'm okay with the word collected if we remove the word all.
Okay. I'll be sure and note that during the.
Does that make it okay, or is there a doubt in your mind, city attorney, on that?
Commissioner, I don't really see much of a difference. I mean, I think it's going to be the same amount whether it says of all the or not.
Okay, thank you.
Feel better to remove all. Unless the county has an objection, I don't see a difference.
Okay, I have another biggie. The next page, page 2, where it talks about if the county does not complete the capacity, adding improvements.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
The very top. And it's like the second line. If the county does not complete the capacity, you don't have it?
I have it, yeah.
Capacity, I like how they say capacity adding when it's really us trying to catch up with what exists. But county does not complete the capacity adding improvements to River Road by the end of the term of this agreement, the county shall refund in full all monies paid to it with interest. This is a 15-year agreement, so to have the county hold on to $6 million for 15 years and not get it back without interest, I don't think that would be prudent on our part.
If we're going to clarify that, Commissioner, we probably need to put in like an interest rate.
Yeah, that would be
a qualifier for interest, whether it be 2% or the standard interest rate.
I think it goes by standard at the time.
I don't know.
Why we have
to qualify what that interest rate is.
We can certainly, if you all decide that you want to add that, we can add an interest rate. I will tell you that right now, the interest rate that we earn, which is what we would add to it, is extremely low. So just want to make sure that you know that when it comes back, it's probably going to be somewhere in the 0.25% range. Because we can't charge them more than we earn. So the number would be really low, which, just that's the nature of what interest rates are right now.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be an average of over the 15-year equivalent of what you would have gained if it was in a bank?
And we can certainly add that kind of language. Typically, I'll defer to the city attorney on that, of whether we would put, which is currently a certain amount or not, but we can put the average interest rates over those years.
Yeah, I mean, because we could go higher in interest within the next 2 years, lower in, but it should be an accumulation or even an average that, you would have gained over that 15-year time.
Yes, and I think that's more likely what we would put in there. I agree, that's probably a better example, rather than a specific number, putting in there the average rate of return that the city earned over the time period of the agreement.
Yep.
Good catch.
Okay, and then I should have just added extra tabs just for giggles. Next is the number 10, mobility fees. And this is just a clarification for me because I get agita whenever I see this. kind of stuff. But at the very end of that, it says shall then be made using the city-imposed mobility fees collected from the development within the West Villages, blah, blah, blah. Can we just reaffirm in that sentence that it's 50%?
Yeah, I had the same note. I would have liked to have seen 50% repeated again, even though you go back to it, I think it would.
I just would feel better if it was clear and concise that if we move to mobility fees, it's the same thing.
I think it already says it, but
It does.
I agree. But
It does, but it doesn't say the 50% specifically, and so, you know, in 6 years, and all of us are gone, and our attorneys are gone,
this has to
you
survive
would be
us.
surprised what some of those attorneys can come up
Wait a
with
second.
in
Wait a
ways
second.
to.
Amber just found out she was short timer.
Yeah.
Move on to bigger and better things. Her and I are opening a practice. So anyways. We're taking on the world. All right. So. You're financing it, though. I forgot to tell you. All right, so next is, let's see, what was the other thing? Oh, that's what it was. There needs to be something in there that if a grant or a funding source is received to the county to support the widening project, that there's an amortization, or how would I say this?
So they don't need our money anymore?
Well, no, in the end of the game, I don't want them to just have the 6 million that we put up and then they didn't put any money into it. So maybe word it so that, you know, we get some of the money back, a proportionate share or something that.
I guess I'm looking for, and I think I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out
I'm
how.
glad you do.
Basically, right now, we're putting $6 million in, and I think they're putting 18.
Exactly. So you'd have to figure out that proportionate share of, since they're putting in 75% of it or
So if they
whatever.
get a grant, do you want it split?
You know I didn't do good in math. Come on now.
I'm taking this out of math terms. That's why I'm specifically not telling you what those percentages are. If they were to get a grant, what do you not want their percentage to fall below? So right now, they're putting in this level. We're here. Do you want them to not fall below us, or do you, if they get a grant, you just want a portion of it, no matter how much they get?
Say they're putting in 18 million and we're putting in 6?
Yeah.
I believe it was
That's 30% that we're putting in.
33.
Okay.
That's why I was specifically not using percentages for the
As
benefit.
part of that 18 million is coming from
a grant or from the state?
property
or-
owners and other areas. See what I mean? So it's not necessarily county money.
Well, no, all 18 is coming from the county right now.
Okay.
They are, you know, where they're getting that 18 from their coffers, I don't know. That's not
Mhm.
something I was looking into
Oh,
because
no, that doesn't matter, right?
it's countywide funding. That being
Um,
said,
It's countywide funding, which is funny that you say that, because then are we not paying twice?
I honestly
Yeah.
don't know. My point is, it's like you said, 67-33 is what it is right now. If they got a grant,
Well, I guess that what I would do is I would find the proportionate share that the county invested, city invested, figure out what percentage that they owe, or own rather. If they own 60% and we own 40%, or they're 70, we're 30, then you would then determine how much of a percentage that grant fulfilled in the entire amount, and divvy up proportionately between the 70% and 30%. Or, yeah, you get what I mean?
wow.
Did you understand that?
Shockingly, yes.
I know you did.
Um,
I did.
We can, now, the fun part is crafting the language.
Right. Well, that's why I kind of stuck with proportionate fair share.
Whatever that
We
means.
can attempt at that.
So
I'm just in my head, just, I'm thinking about the fact that they're paying interest on the amount of their borrowings, which is going to, over time, increase their percentage.
but okay, but the interest that they're paying, is that not derived from tax dollars? Or, it's a bond, is it gonna be,
It's a loan from the state they'll have to pay back over time, so they'll be paying back more than the $18 million, as well as any other costs that they're putting in. They're borrowing 18. I don't know what other costs above
So,
that they've
let
paid.
me just give you the conclusion. The only thing that I want to see is that they don't get enough grants and everything else where they put in, I guess you're right, the threshold, that they're putting nothing in and we're putting everything in. Maybe you do have to look at it at a threshold.
That's what I'm saying. I think the easiest way is probably to ensure that their contribution doesn't fall below a certain percentage.
The 30% that we're
Yeah.
putting in.
And that would be the easiest, from mine to verify over time.
Yeah, because not too many people are good at math like us. I got you. All right, so I'm going to leave that up to you, but you get the intent.
Yeah, now it's actually very clear to me now. I'll just
Yeah.
ensure that their contribution threshold doesn't fall below what we're contributing.
Does everybody understand that one? And, okay. And the biggie. And believe it or not, yes, that is the last tab. This one is the dispute resolution. Dispute resolution, and the reason why I say this is because I have seen this bite us in the you-know-what repeatedly.
Now that you bring it up, yeah.
The manner that this should be done, and I have not had time to look up Chapter 164 in order to determine what the heck it says, but it really should be that if there's an issue, the city manager and the city administrator or county administrator should have 60 days to work it out. No matter what they do, their agreement has to come before the two commissions. If that doesn't work within the 60 days, then there needs to be a joint meeting. And it's not a may, it's a must have a joint meeting. If that doesn't come to a conclusion, a joint meeting,
Go ahead.
if there's no conclusion in the joint meeting, it's resolved in court. Bottom line, have a judge decide it. But no decision should be made without both boards' approval. And that's it. And the reason why I say that is because, again, I've seen many city managers, county administrators, and the way this is worded, both of them could be gone or hit by a bus at the same day, at the same time. He doesn't even hear me. But, a new one could come in and say, no, you know what, I think you're going to give 60% now. And the new city manager says, okay. Well, guess what? That doesn't have to come back before us. They
Wants
can
to keep his job, he better make sure he's.
Well, that's my point. They
I've been
can
hit by a bus, so I'm not-
renegotiate.
Yeah, he's not part of the picture.
That's the new guy's problem.
Amber in the next 6 years. So.
Yeah.
That's the new guy.
But the person that's sitting in that position can renegotiate at the cost of the residents, and we won't have a say in that. So we need to be very clear that, we need to make sure that we know what's going on.
Commissioner Carasone, if I may, I think a provision that says that if you don't reach the resolution after these steps that must be resolved in court would actually limit the city. My suggestion would be to use some language from Chapter 164.
Thank you. What is it?
And instead say that
As I said
that the entities may avail themselves of any otherwise available legal rights.
Okay, so you could be using a mediator or, okay. Perfect. That's why I said I didn't have time to read 164. So however you want to word that, by all means.
All right.
And that's it.
All right, let's get a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Make a motion to approve the agreement between Sarasota County and the City of Northport for the improvement of River Road with the following changes. Number 3, in section 3, line 3, it says equal to 50% of the city imposed transportation impact fees, basically removing the word all. In section 5, an addition will be to have the money paid to the city with interest based on a 15-year amortization return.
Average rate of return.
Huh? Average rate of return, that's it. And on section 10, we will reinforce 50% mobility fees collected from the development within the West Villages Improvement District. We will add a new section addressing if the county receives a grant to do this project, that a threshold factor will be used to refund to the city. And the last one in section 17, city attorney and city manager will craft language to the effect of or intent of the city manager and city and county administrator has 60 days to work out the dispute, and the agreement shall be approved by the commissions, plural. If there is no agreement, there is a joint meeting to resolve the dispute. And if still no resolution, it would go to a judge. So I'll let you.
No, we actually weren't doing the judge. We were going to go with.
It follows 164.
Oh, 164.
Of your
Sorry.
legal rights and
Yeah.
remedies.
So we're going to remove the if no resolution by a judge, that last part. So we're only going to have those first two. So thank you for
Miss
that.
Katie, did you get that with the 164? Okay. I have a second.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. You want to say anything to that?
Yeah, I'd like to see this come back, not to commission, but maybe a copy with that crafted language.
Yeah, just get a copy of it.
Yeah, I don't know if you need a separate amendment, or can I just add it to the motion?
I think we can just get a direction, consensus, to have the final, yeah.
All right, so we'll do the motion and then maybe get a consensus.
Let's take the vote. That passes unanimously. I'd like to get a consensus concerning having that brought back to us once it's written up, right? That's what you're asking?
Were you fine with just a copy sent to all 5 of you, or did you want an actual agenda item for it?
I just moved to approve.
No, just a copy.
To us.
Yeah. Good across the board?
Yes.
Yes? Yes, okay, that is a unanimous consensus. And with that, we're going to take a 10, 12-minute break. I say 10, but it's going to be 12, so.
You say 12, it'll be 15?
No, it's 10.
Our mission statement is to provide exceptional public safety services in a safe, compassionate, and professional manner. All of our line personnel are highly trained, state of Florida certified firefighter, EMTs, and paramedics. We cover approximately 105 square miles of the city of Northport and 20 miles of interstate. Camaraderie is important because you start working as a group, you do it in training, and it all seems to come together when you get out on the fire ground, and you really need your partners. Everybody knows never to leave your partner, and they don't. They've been trained in it. We have 5 fire stations located throughout the city in various locations, and we are planning number 6 in West Villages area. We also have all of our fire stations are considered safe places and safe havens. Safe places are for youth who are at risk and are in need of help, and they can come walk into any fire station and get the help that they're looking for. Safe havens for newborns is a different program, different age group, where infants can be brought to a fire station without question. All of our fire stations now are hardened facilities so that we can stay in them during storms and everyone stays safe. So police departments is in there, utilities, public works, whoever we need to go out immediately after the storm, then they're there with us to go. A lot of questions that people ask are why we send an ambulance and a fire truck to an EMS call, and a lot of that is for manpower. There's a lot of things to do when somebody is having a cardiac incident. So we send the fire truck with them for the extra manpower and lifting assistance and extra help. The whole goal for fire rescue is everybody goes home safe.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager for the City of Northport, back here again today with Let's Recycle Right Northport. Got a few items for you today. Last week we did notice in the tan lid container, shredded paper put in a plastic bag. Please, shredded paper does not belong in a plastic bag, okay? It belongs right here in a paper bag, please, and it belongs in a tan lid container. This right here, being in plastic, will be considered contamination and garbage. Let's talk about a candle, a glass candle. Yes, it is made of glass, but it is not recyclable right here in Northport. That's right, only glass jars and glass bottles are recyclable in the blue lid container. Let's also talk about the milk jug, water jug. Number 2, definitely recyclable, right? Here's the cap. If the cap is not attached, it will be garbage. So if you crush it down, put the cap on real nice and tight, this will make it through the process. This will be a number 2. Okay, so let's talk about the plastic ring. That's right, the plastic ring. This is a 12 holder. There have 6 holders out there. Please, this is not a recyclable material and needs to be placed inside your trash. So listen, put your comments below. We'll see you in a future video.
We support all technology at the City of Northport for all departments.
We support a lot of the back-end infrastructure such as networking and servers, and computers and phone systems and mobile devices, a lot of the hardware. We also support software, so we support software applications, websites. We're a very digital-centric city. We leverage technology to be more efficient and effective in the way that we deliver our services. We provide technical support to all employees at the city. We're located on the 3rd floor of City Hall. We support all the facilities, all the departments. We travel quite a bit around the city, fixing things, implementing things, showing people how to use the technology that we've implemented. Data is very important to us in the city, so we want to ensure that the data that we have is quality data, and we can use that data to move our city in the right direction, make good decisions. Another thing that's really important to us is transparency. So we've made several efforts to make our information available to the public. For example, we stream all of our commission meetings so that citizens from anywhere in the world can look at our commission meetings. We have a financial transparency site. People can look up expenditures and revenues and salaries of employees. So we're very transparent. As you can imagine, much of the work that we do is related to houses and properties and that sort of thing. So we use a GIS system to keep track of all of this information and to assemble it in a way that's relevant to the people who are working on it. So, for example, people in the field that are using mobile devices and they look at GIS maps to help them, find where they need to work and what they need to do. Our utilities department uses this technology so that they can find out where the pipes are in the ground, so they can trace a problem or put in new pipes. So it's a very helpful system.
Makes me feel important that I'm doing something for the community. I like helping people, and I love the work. We got 2.8 inches of rain last night. How I approach it is I got to release some of that water out that we got and get prepared for the next day because you know it's going to rain again. Like I've been draining these for the last 2 weeks between 16 and 20 inches every day below the wall. And that one little rain, look what it did. For being here so long, you get experience, you get the feel of the water, how the water flows and all that. So if you've done it long enough, you get the feel. I could do this in my sleep because I'm so used to doing it. Yeah, I've been working for the city for 20 years. I'm from North Hills, Pennsylvania. I came down here to help my dad out when I graduated from high school. I started looking for like a future place I can work, retirement, and something's gonna be helpful for me in the long run and help people out. So I put in an application for the city and they hired me, which was good. Best thing that could ever happen. City's got 30 water control structures, 5 gated structures. I'm opening at least minimum 15 today. I got 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter. And my oldest son gave me my first grandkid. He'll be 3. So I spent a lot of time with them. Because family's first. Oh, I'm a real sports fanatic, big hockey fan. Yeah, I was hoping my Penguins would win it this year, but I can't complain. They won the last 2 years. You can't win it all the time. Yesterday was 16 inches below. It's 10 inches above today. So what I'm doing here now is, when I open this one up, see how high it is? I'm draining it down. By the end of the day, this should be like 16 inches below the wall. And there's our ditch here, and there's like outfalls that come in. Once you get to a certain level, you'll see the water coming into the canals. And then when I get done, I gotta log it on the computer. What I do is I write the time I was here, when I inspected it, what I did, the water level, and the height. This was like 20.4 this morning, and it's almost up to 21. Plus, the water that I'm bringing down raised it a little bit, but you see how it's pushing the water over fast? Each one controls a gate. If you put on auto, it works on the computer. And then manual, this is for gate 2. If I wanted to close it, I hit the blue button, I hold it in until the gates can completely close. If I want to open it, I do the vice versa, the other opposite. And there's one for each one. Oh, I love my job. I get to work with good people, and we can enjoy what we're doing when we're at work. That's how I was brought up by my dad. He was real caring about his work, and so was I. So like I do take it home. I look at the weather and everything. So I look at the bridge rating and all that. And that should be it. I'll just come back and clean them off.
He'll be in trouble. Are you ready?
We need city,
Okay.
we need city manager and city
We
attorney.
need our city manager.
And the
here.
city
City
attorney.
attorney's on her way. She's good.
They're on the way.
Yep. Let's see, do I have an assistant city manager that we can use for a minute?
We have one.
Yep, we have one coming. Mr. Yarbrough, will you help us out? I mean, I'm asking, I'm not directing, I'm just making that clear.
Have to have somebody from there.
Walk up here with confidence, my friend. You just gotta grab the chair. Just grab the chair, stop looking behind you. Look at you, going to the show. Jason, going to the show. Mr. Yarbrough, all right.
He's sitting there sweating.
About to jump up.
All right, here we go.
How's the chair feel, Jason?
Yeah, it's not my first rodeo.
No, all right. All right, ordinance number 2018-65, first reading, modifying the citywide fee schedule for fiscal year 2018-2019. I need a motion to read ordinance by title only.
So, second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's take the vote.
Who was the second? Sorry.
By Vice Mayor.
I hit the button. It's there.
Sorry, I go by voice. It's passed unanimously. Okay. Let's see, presentation. Oh, yeah, you got to read by title only. Well, I just took the motion.
Ordinance 2018-65, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, city fee structure to change certain development review, police, parks and recreations, facility rental, and road and drainage fees, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Changing of the guards. 1 second, sir.
City Manager, if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank Assistant City Manager Yarbrough for covering the hot seat for us. Got out just in the nick of time, didn't he?
To do this, he's just dying. All right, thank you, Mayor. So this is a presentation of the citywide amendment to the citywide fee schedule that we approve usually during the budget process, and it was then as well. But as you all remember, one of the big items we were discussing during that time was the aquatic facility that's coming online. That is by far the overwhelming majority of the changes in here. There's 3 other changes that are to this item. Development review fees, there's a small change there. In the police department, our special details that our officers can be hired for is broken from 1 rate into 2 rates. That way when they hire a supervisor, we can charge a different fee. And the other one, excuse me, is actually I was eating something that Amber told me I'm not allowed to eat up here, so I had to quickly get it upstairs. And the other item related to the fees for sheds that the Commission directed for us to remove.
Good.
Any other questions? We're here to answer them.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Luke.
I had one question that maybe staff can answer. In regards to the fees, and I'm started thinking about the aquatic center, and I think we talked about it, but I just want to make sure it was covered, because then it sprung over to thinking about the Morgan Center. There are certain classes scheduled, like there would be swim classes or something in the pool, but somebody wanted to rent the entire facility or that. How is that dictated, or what do you do about that, and where is that listed in the fee schedule?
Well, Trish is on her way up here to go over maybe some understanding more than I have on this right now. There is the ability in here under facility rental fees where somebody could rent the pavilion. I believe there's also the ability in here to rent the whole facility.
Tricia Wisner, Parks and Recreation Manager. We do have options for rental of the facility. At the Morgan Center and Mullen Center, we do rent the facility as well. We look to work with our programs. We schedule it out on RecTrack up to a year. So we really do have our supervisors and program coordinators work with people doing the whatever kind of rental or program they want to do and kind of modify it that way. A lot of times we have long-standing rentals, so we do instructor agreements at the beginning of the year, and we program them out for the year so that we know when the rental space is available.
All right. Let's say the gymnasium is used for basketball on an afternoon, but somebody wanted to rent the gymnasium on that particular afternoon. Are they allowed to? And that class that pickup class is done away with?
So we do have like just plain old open time at the gym. If somebody wanted to rent during that open time at the gym, we would look to accommodate the people that come during open time in a different manner, either outside or with other activities, and we look to accommodate that rental.
Okay, so somebody can only rent the entire facility, building, gym, or whatever in an open time where there's not scheduled programming?
We make modifications as needed to really try to accommodate everybody. So, we have like a standing jazzercise class. We have a standing table tennis class. But if I received a request for a wedding that would conflict with that, we would talk to Jazzercise and see if they would want to move to a different room or what we could do. And we really work with our renters to find that appropriate space and use of space, but to really make sure that we have high percentages of use in our facilities. So look for solutions when we have those conflicts.
Okay, so there's no barring of any time, say the pool's being used or somebody wants to rent the entire pool. There's no set time frames where they could rent the entire pool. You would work it out for the time that they desired, if possible.
Yes, and we also did have a commission discussion that we'd be closed on Wednesdays, so Wednesdays would be a great day to have those full facility rentals, and that's really how our marketing would go.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Commissioner Carson?
So, along those lines, first of all, I need to offer kudos because the development review fees, the DRC, the new fees for the creation of a community, a CDD, excellent, excellent catch. All these years, I didn't even know that we didn't have that fee. So, as far as the way that it's worded under resident group rates, I think that we could do a better job at just the way that that's kind of put.
Where are you?
See, I printed mine out, so I can't.
Yeah, I did too.
Look,
I don't.
It's this front side.
Looks like first page.
So it almost looks like, and it says resident group rates, and then it says price per person, and I get what you're saying, but maybe clarify it that, I don't even know how you clarify it, but I get what you're trying to say. It's just that they're in different columns, and it makes it look as if you're going to do resident group rates and the prices that are above, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. So
Okay.
It's not real clear if you look at it. And then it goes on when you have the non-resident group rates. So maybe there's a way to kind of make it a little bit clarified.
So if I added the wording, price per person, next to the dollar amount, it might make more sense when you're reading it across the
Right.
column.
See,
Okay,
that
I
would
see what
work
you're saying.
too. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So like what, just for clarity, where it says like $5, it would be $5 per person.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And then the annual family pass, how many does that include?
At the prior commission meeting, it was determined that that would include 4 members of the family living in the same household.
And then additional, okay, I wasn't sure what we came up with. Kudos to the police department for separating out those different positions. I think that's imperative, that's a good catch. Let's see here, the facility rental fees. If I was to want to rent a pavilion just for a birthday party, that's gonna go down to that $35 an hour, correct? The
Correct.
standard, okay. And then, so you can't rent the full facility during standard operating hours, can you? No, you can't.
You would not.
Okay, that's not an option. I guess you shouldn't do that, okay.
Oh, that was kind of part of my question, so
Yeah.
I'm really glad to hear that answer.
Yeah. Then, I really think that was it. I just wanted those things clarified. Make sure there was no, and there's some typos, by the way. The road and drainage fees, the right-of-way use permit and the sheds, I don't believe it's exempted, I just think it's less are exempt, right? I don't think there's, shouldn't be say exempted, it should just be exempt, right? And the 250 for the right-of-way use includes line and grade, which the culvert piping, so this doesn't have anything to do with you. This is on page 6 to 7. I know you're looking at me like, what?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's an addition, correct, at 250? Or
No, ma'am, this
that-
is not a change.
That's not
This
a
is simply, it appears to show
where in the
road and drainage fees, they want the insertion, just to give you kind of a marker point.
Oh, I I see what you're saying. Okay, all right, because I was gonna say, I thought it was 250, but it was under the building. Okay.
Change that language. Or that fee.
Excellent. All right, that's it.
Commissioner
Good.
McDowell?
I didn't have any questions, but then something popped in my head and I thought I better get clarification. The facility rental fees. Currently, if I want to rent a room at the Morgan Center, I am an Achieve Anything membership holder, so I get that room at 50% discount. Are we discounting facility rentals for the pool for Achieve Anything members?
At this time, we are not recommending that based upon the revenue goals that were set during budget time.
That needs to be in there.
Okay.
We need to really have something that says these facility rental fees are not eligible for Achieve Anything
Yeah.
discount.
Or excluded aquatic center or something.
Something
like that. Yeah.
along those lines, because we have facility rental fees that are allowed, and that is the exact same terms, and I'm glad I thought of that. These do not include county or school programming fees, because that's a totally separate agreement. Is that my understanding?
We would make separate agreements for those cases.
Okay, thank you.
That it? I have nobody else. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor. Make a motion to continue ordinance number 2018-65 to the February 12th commission meeting with the following changes, besides typos. Under resident group rates, the price is per person. Add that language after each price. And after non-resident group rates, add per person again. Add a notation that the facility rental fees, that the Achieve Anything membership does not apply.
Second.
The motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner Luke?
No.
Anybody else? Nope. Let's take the vote. That passes unanimously. Okay, moving on. Ordinance number 2018-36, second reading. I need the city clerk to read ordinance by title only.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-36, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 4, Boards and Committees to address residency and membership requirements, public comment at meetings, terms, and voting, making relating findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading. It's made the directed changes and as well as the changes that were suggested at the first reading. So with that, I'll just open it up to any questions.
Commissioner Luke.
On the sixth whereas on the front page, to me, it's not clear that the non-resident has to own his property also for a year. It states it in the body, but it doesn't in the whereas, state it clearly that they also have to own property for 1 year.
Commissioner, the whereas clauses really just provide some findings and kind of a basis for the changes that you actually make to the code inside the body of the ordinance. They don't control in any way, so if there's no conflict, there's no issue from a legal standpoint. If it's the board's preference to have the language changed, certainly we can modify that.
Okay. And then under the audit committee, it wasn't really clear how the audit committee was put in place. Let me find where that's at. Because it states that the city manager, finance director, and the city employee are to be appointed. Then it doesn't really talk about the commission appointing the others. Is that because it's covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't have to clarify how it's done. Thank you. Those were all I had.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. I have nobody else.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2018-36 as presented at second reading.
Second. Was the second reading?
As presented at
Oh.
the second reading.
Oh, sorry. And I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything, Vice Mayor?
No.
Commissioner Luke?
No.
Anybody else? Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. I want to ask the board if it would be okay. I was just informed that the consultant for the Northport Neighborhood Revitalization Plan Implementation Strategy Update is here. Would you guys mind if we move to that one? Would that be all right?
Actually, Mayor, given the time and we have a lot of public hearings, if I can speak, we gave direction to have this come back as a workshop back in 2017. And we're still waiting for that workshop. And I was wondering if maybe it would be better to just table this for the workshop that we requested.
City Manager, on this up, what exactly are we going to be receiving here tonight? It says update.
It would be,
So it's just a presentation?
it'd be a presentation, staff's looking for direction of whether or not you like the strategic plan that's being presented, so that we would start putting those items into effect or not. So if you want to move it to a workshop, we can certainly do that.
Well, I don't want to waste the gentleman's time that came up here, so I would like to give him the opportunity, at least give the presentation. And then we can decide whether or not we want to table this afterwards and move it to a workshop. But he did take his time to come up here and speak with us. So
It would be more prudent for him to use his time to do the presentation at the workshop so we can have some real discussion about it instead of paying him to do it twice. There's a lot of citizens that we
all right,
wanted
let
to
me ask
be.
you, are we paying him to be here tonight?
No,
Sure.
ma'am, no, sir.
No?
Well, we have to pay him to be here at a workshop.
Well, at some point, we got to pay this guy. No, he says we never have to pay him. We're all good. He's a
Awesome.
All right, well, I will entertain, let's see, all right, so let me ask the board, do we want to hear this presentation now? Mr. Emmerich?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's waited this long, and just hear it, but I do agree that we need
Lindell?
to hear it, discuss it in a workshop, let me
All
be
right.
clear.
Commissioner Luke?
Yes.
Okay, we have a unanimous consensus to allow this gentleman to present him.
And we should probably clarify that this is not his presentation, this is staff's presentation, that he
Yes.
was hired to
Present.
present.
Actually volunteered to help.
Oh, you poor thing. I don't know what you were thinking.
For the record, Frank Miles, Neighborhood Development Services Director. Back in March of 2017, the city of Northport received a technical assistance grant from the state of Florida to create a neighborhood revitalization plan. Identified were 5 neighborhoods in Old Northport, areas of the original parts of the city that were considered as targets for revitalization. These 5 neighborhoods were Biscayne Gardens, Fabian, Hyde Park, Spearman, and Highland Ridge. The city, with the grant help, retained a consultant, Mr. Jason Green, who helped put that original report together, did the research and conducted an analysis. There were meetings that were held and created this Northport Neighborhood Revitalization Plan. The plan identified issues within the neighborhood and offered up suggested strategies for neighborhood improvements with potential funding sources. What Commission had asked for was to come back with some of those strategies, thoughts, ideas, with the hope of that information being available for consideration for potential budget items. In June of 2017, a final report was completed, and within this report were the strategies for all of Northport's city departments and for the neighborhoods themselves. After that report was accepted, what we did in Neighborhood Development Services was to get with the various departments, the city manager's help, and divisions. They all received copies of the report, handouts, summaries were developed, and all of those departments were asked to give feedback and advisement to look at those suggested actions and look to eventually incorporating this into the budget process. So with that, I will turn it over to Interim Planning Manager Nicole Galehouse.
Good evening. So Nicole Galehouse for the record, Interim Planning Manager. Let me just pull this up. So as Frank mentioned, we provided all this we received feedback from all the different departments and kind of put this together into a table for you to identify what the kind of low-hanging fruit, what the options were for moving forward with this so that we can look at what the next steps are. There's two objectives that we hope to obtain from the update. One was direction on prioritization and budgeting for the action items. And then the other one, some discussion had come up about the neighborhood maps at one point, and so we wanted to find out exactly what the commission wants us to look at with those neighborhood maps that affect not only these neighborhoods, but all of the neighborhoods throughout the city. So there's kind of two factors to that. So the grant neighborhoods are these 5: Biscayne Gardens, Hyde Park, Fabian, Spearman, and Highland Ridge. And then this is the strategy timetable. So you can see a lot of these are current and ongoing projects. So there's the possibility that we can throw extra funding or resources into some of those if there's things you want to kind of amp up or prioritize the rest of these. And as mentioned, we do have the consultant here who originally drafted the plan to help provide input on what these strategies and how they will help these neighborhoods.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah. So I am a little bit concerned or confused as to, it says in the technical assistance that it says after the report's acceptance. This commission never approved or accepted the report. We had a discussion about it and we asked for the workshop because we didn't feel comfortable accepting anything until after we got into the nuts and bolts and meat and potatoes of this. We didn't accept the report. I'm looking at the minutes where we gave a consensus to have this workshop. So we could go through the nuts and bolts. So I don't know how it jumped that process and went right to staff, for staff to review it. I also distinctly remember, and it's also in the minutes, where a citizen asked in November of 17 to see about the Nice Guy program. And we gave a consensus to have a conversation in February of 18 about how to handle the redevelopment of the blight areas, the Nice Guy program, as well as mechanisms for cleaning up the residences in extreme condition. But that was in November of 17 when we gave that direction, but this report and staff's comments in April say they're not interested in the Nice Guy program. So that is a direct conflict to what we gave direction for over a year ago. I am wondering what's going on with it because we had been asking for this for a long time, not just me specifically, but through various directions given and consensuses given that haven't been followed. And that concerns me. And I know this isn't you staff, that this is city manager. And this is one of those 11th hour things that I saw yesterday when I was going through this with a fine-tooth comb that I feel at this point in time I'm now blindsiding you, and that is entirely not my intent. It was just there was no time to even get with you on it.
City manager?
I certainly understand the time issue. Secondly, the Nice Guy program, I'm not sure how much you're aware of what that program was. That was a program of employee volunteers. And I can't force people to volunteer. It kind of is against the definition of the word. So if staff's not if you can't find staff to volunteer, I can't institute a program that is already died. That's why it's not been, it was ignored. We reached out to staff and there wasn't an interest. I mean, I can continue to reach out, but if there is no
I think
interest.
maybe that would just be communication, if you'd have just maybe communicated that you couldn't find somebody, maybe, you know.
The Nice Guy program isn't just staff volunteering. It's area businesses, it's area citizens, very similar to.
Nice Guy program was city staff.
Yeah, it was.
It was not area businesses, it was city staff. I was here and participated in it. That's,
Well, and that may be,
I mean, if you want something different, we can create a different program, but it was specifically said, Nice Guy program, and that's what it was. So I don't want to, I'm not trying to argue with you,
Right.
but I'm just giving you the history of, if I don't get a volunteer, I can't institute something that is made up of,
And I'll
following
give
that
you that,
specific direction.
but we didn't know that that's what was going on with it, okay?
And that's why it's in here the way it is that there wasn't an interest.
But we didn't know that until just now, even though we were directed to have a conversation in February of 18 about this Nice Guy program. I think we can implement something that is more community-oriented, similar to Make the Difference Day that we did up at the disc golf place just a little bit ago. So I really think a whole big conversation is needed on this revitalization, much more so than what 9 o'clock at night can give us.
Agree.
Okay. Okay, Commission, would we like to move this on to a workshop? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, City Manager, we'll move the remainder of this on to a workshop. Yes, sir. As earlier directed. Okay, moving on.
We don't need a motion for that, do we? You have consensus?
Yeah, I have a solid consensus.
So we're,
But it's,
We have unanimous consensus. Are we good, or do you need a motion?
I'll make a motion, just for the record.
I don't know what the answer is.
Boss says we're good.
I mean, no, you don't need a motion. A consensus is fine
Yeah.
to direct staff.
Yeah, yeah, so we're good. Okay, that was a unanimous consensus.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, let's see, moving on. Item D, ordinance number 2018-63 for second reading. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title only.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-63. An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 4, Boards and Committees, to add a new Article 11, Northport Youth Council, Section 4-200 through 4-209, creating said advisory board and setting forth membership requirements, duties, and procedures for such board, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is the item that has the changes recommended from first reading. This is the second reading. So if you have any questions, we'll just open it up to that.
And to clarify the record, Mr. Mayor, this is ordinance number 2018-36.
Oh, it's written wrong in here? Okay, -36, sorry. Okay.
I'll move to approve ordinance number, oh,
Sorry, you guys were still talking about what the ordinance number was. I didn't realize that we,
Commissioner,
yeah.
Vice Mayor.
I just have three really quick ones. Going back on the notes from the first reading, comparing it to the second reading, thank you for making the changes that you did. However, we did make a change in section 4, at least I thought we did, 4.202C7. We changed it from community at large to be a Northport resident. I think that was Commissioner Emmerich's suggestion that we open up the representatives to be school attendees, but the ones that are at large would have to still be a resident of the City of Northport. It's just what my notes are showing, and it wasn't captured in the changes, and I just wanted to double check to see the will of the commission. If you go to C7, it says the council shall have
Up to 5 members.
up to 5 at-large members
Be at large.
from the community at large, and I thought that we decided to have be residents of Northport.
that the at-large members had to be residents,
Yeah.
but the
But the
The school members didn't.
School members didn't.
Yeah, I do remember that. So,
I don't know, did you guys want to make that change?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay with the change. I do remember doing that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Uh,
when we make the motion, we'll just add that to the motion.
Sounds good. If you go to section 4-203C. 203C, hang on. It says, "The duties of an at-large representatives, members from the community at large shall have the same obligations as school representatives." But if you go up to B, it specifically lists the school representative responsibilities. So you can't have the at-large people have those duties and responsibilities. That's what the representatives are. And I know I didn't catch it the first time around, hence why we have second readings.
I remember discussing it, but I can't remember what we
Well, we
ended up
changed
with.
representative to members, and that change was
Right.
made. But that's what prompted me to see where it says, "At-large shall have the same obligations as a school representative." But the school representatives are required to go at least
Right.
once a quarter to their council.
Right.
So you can't have them both doing the same job. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. What are the at-large members' responsibilities is basically.
To represent the youth.
So the two items identified for the school representative are to report back to student councils and bodies at least quarterly. That's one. To bring the input from the schools back, that's two. And three is to attend at least one city commission meeting per year in rotation during their term on the council. So if you want them to have all of the same responsibilities, but not the school-specific ones, that would just be the last one,
Yeah,
number
that'd be the
three,
last one. Maybe
to
that's
attend the
what we
meeting.
do.
Attend a city commission meeting?
Yeah, during their term. One per year.
I'm
Maybe.
good, I'm good with that.
Yeah, the other thing maybe we might want to add is that the at-large members would participate in activities and programs, whatever, brought forth by representatives. So that way then they feel like they're still participating, but the representatives are.
Personally, I like just having the one where they have to attend the meeting and let them schedule what they want to do, and
Okay.
they run their own board.
So the duties of the at-large representatives, members from the community at large shall attend one commission meeting every year?
Per year.
Okay.
Minimum.
And then the last one, I think, is just a simple typo. 408. I'm sorry, 4-208.
Yeah, there are two Scrivener's errors in that
Okay.
section that we'll correct.
So you're aware of them? Okay, fantastic. So it should be Article
11.
11.
In both places.
Okay, fantastic. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
I
for
have nobody
indulging me.
else, Vice Mayor. Did you?
All right,
feel
I'll
like-
I'll
go ahead.
move to approve ordinance 2018-36 with the changes to requiring the at-large members be residents of the city of Northport, and the duties of said at-large members to have attended commission meetings one time a year.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioner Carasone? Luke? Commissioner
I'm
Luke?
good.
Anybody else? We all good? Let's take,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to say this was a long time coming. Thank you very much for getting this done. Any idea when this might start getting implemented? I know we didn't really talk about that, so maybe after the vote, we have that conversation, because I think city manager needs to know, and city clerk, since we are in the middle of the school year at this point. So maybe that'll be a different conversation after this vote.
Vote passes unanimously. Any ideas, city manager, on when this is going to get started? Or do you need direction for that?
It's your advisory board, and we get with the clerk, start advertising them.
Yeah, that's what I'd suggest ASAP. I mean, we're ready to go.
You're going to have to advertise
Yeah.
in a way that the youth
Right.
will respond. We can't just assume that a commission
Yeah.
meeting,
Yeah, can't put it
reading
in the
off the
paper.
openings is not going to cut it. So,
Probably have to advertise to every school, probably have to do
Yeah.
something like that through
the
the schools,
website.
through social media, through the website. But I would even say directly through maybe the
school
other
itself.
school resources
Yeah.
itself.
Education Foundation too has the career center there at the high school, so
Yeah.
we could let them know too.
Are we all?
I think it's a great idea, and Mayor, since you are homeschool, maybe you know of some groups to reach out to the homeschool community
Yeah, I would say
too.
any kind of like classical connections, things like that. Maybe I can get. Well, I'm not quite as plugged in. I'll see if my wife can get me a list that I can get to. So.
Or that your wife can do it.
I just.
Do you need a consensus?
I like keeping her busy.
Like how we put her to work.
Your wife?
Yeah.
Boy, you're about to get directed by the city of Northport. She's probably watching thinking, you gotta be kidding me right now. Okay.
But yeah, I think we need to give some kind of direction to city clerk and city manager to get this thing going.
Yeah.
Or wait until the next school year.
Well, that's what we're doing now. So we're all good. ASAP, start moving forward on that. We got a consensus for that, all the way down the board?
Yep.
That's a solid consensus, ASAP.
Yeah.
In every way discussed.
Mm-hmm.
You got it?
You got it, Mom.
I believe we do. I'll work with the clerk's office, and we'll get this moving forward.
And we'll trust you to mention it to your wife, Mayor.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I'll just give him the uncomfortable stare.
We can go, I'm actually good at that game.
I was going to say, who was uncomfortable,
He just
you or
stared
him?
back. All right, moving forward. Moving on to ordinance number 2018-37, assuming that is correct. City Clerk, to read ordinance by title only.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance 2018-37, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 3, Boards and Duties, Section 1-28, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Section 1-29, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, addressing qualification of members, removal, vacancies, compensation, making related findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading. You made a couple changes at the first reading, and those have been incorporated. So with that, I'll just open it up to questions.
All right, I have a motion button pushed. I'll entertain it.
I move to approve ordinance 2018-37.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Carasone. Commissioner Luke, why do I keep doing that? Commissioner.
Look like
Gosh,
she
I hope-
is on your brain because you have called Vice Mayor her, you've called me her. Now, if you call Pete Emmerich her.
Mr. Carasone. Okay. All right, so where was I?
Motion.
Motion and
Commissioner
second.
Luke made the motion.
That's all
Vice
right, I
Mayor
didn't remember
seconded it.
Oh, that's funny.
Anything to that? Let's take a vote. There's nothing to it.
There's nothing to
Squirrels
it.
will get you every time.
The squirrels.
That was approved unanimously. Moving on. I have ordinance number 2018-42, second reading. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title only.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-42, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting the capital improvement element of the City of Northport Comprehensive Plan, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
So
Thank you.
findings and findings.
The ordinances today.
Okay.
Nothing good happens after 9.
City Manager, that's why we're moving forward hardcore now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading as well. Staff is here to present the information that we requested at the first reading because it was time substantial for us to get that in order to have this meeting. So we can present that information. If you have questions on it, we'll go from there.
For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Interim Planning Manager. So during first reading, the question came up about the interlocal agreement that we have with the school board in regards to adopting the capital facilities plan from the school board by reference. So I did look into the interlocal agreement. It is required by state statutes that we entered into this interlocal agreement, as well as the inclusion of the school facilities plan into our comprehensive plan. The interlocal agreement spells out that we can adopt it by reference or adopt the exact verbiage of relevant portions, but in no event shall we attempt to modify that 5-year plan. We're supposed to coordinate with the school board in order to develop that plan earlier on. So,
how'd that go? Coordinated. How's that?
So there's different, it's all spelled out within the interlocal agreement. There's school facilities planning team meetings that are supposed to occur at least twice a year, as well as the convocation of governments, which took place on Friday. So there's different steps that are supposed to take place, as well as the citizen advisory committee that's supposed to oversee this agreement.
Do we have one?
Yes, I believe that was one of the vacancies that was advertised tonight. Was for the Northport resident for that board.
Okay.
Not our committee.
No,
we have
it's
a
school
person
board.
on the committee, and right now that position is vacant. And that's one we mentioned tonight.
All right.
Are there any other questions? For the record, Mayor Hanks stepped out. I've got the gavel. Motion. I don't see- go
Move
ahead.
to approve ordinance number 2018-42. And
Okay.
thank you for bringing back the information we questioned.
So I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. Anything to the motion? Passing the gavel back to the mayor so we can vote.
Take the vote.
By the way, thank you for bringing that information back.
That was approved unanimously. Moving on, ordinance number 2018-56, second reading. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title only.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-56, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code to allow for pawn shops as a permitted use in Activity Center 1 by amending Chapter 55, Activity Center Design Regulations, Article 1, Mediterranean Activity Center 1, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for coding of amendments, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is also second reading, so we'll just open it up for questions.
All right, Commissioner, or Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just have one quick one. So by allowing pawn shops to be on 41, the existing pawn shop, because the existing pawn shop is a non-conforming, will the existing pawn shop be allowed to expand on their property?
The existing pawn, if this is adopted, any non-conforming use that complies with this will lose its non-conformity. It should then be compliant
That's
with
what I thought, but I
regulations.
just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much for that. I'm still voting no.
That's funny.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, this would open up if another pawn shop wanted to move into the area? Okay, just to clarify.
In Activity Center 1.
Yeah, in the Activity Center 1.
It allows it as a permitted use, so.
Okay, wonderful.
There's no limit on the ordinance.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can do it after the vote because my two questions are squirrels.
Okay. Yeah, let's go after the motion, otherwise
Okay.
you'll lose me.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a motion on the floor by
I'll
Commissioner
second.
Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that? Let's take the vote. That was passed 4-1 with Vice Mayor McDowell dissenting for reasons.
Just don't think having 15 million pawn shops on our Golden Mile is the way the city wants to be, but.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right.
I have 2 squirrels.
Moving on to a couple of squirrels.
Right. This is probably something staff would have to answer. We annexed Racetrack into the city. Are they also part of Activity Center 1 also?
Too far up.
For the record, Nicole Galehouse, yes, they are part of Activity Center 1. Any properties that are annexed in their future annexation overlay between where our city boundary ends and basically the West Village is along 41 would, per the comprehensive plan, have to be put into Activity Center 1.
Okay.
Okay, that brings me to my second question then. You know, I ran the storage facility behind where that racetrack, and that was all one property. And the city was always wanting that storage facility to annex in, or that property to annex in. But yet storage facilities are also a no-no business in that activity center too. So how would that have occurred, asking a business to annex in when they're not even permitted in that activity center?
I'd have to look into that a little more. The annexation's required in order, when they are contiguous because of the water and sewer provision, providing those services. But I believe, I'm not really sure how the use part of it would work. I haven't looked into that.
Well, part of the
Forcing us to give an exemption or something.
Exactly, because that's
They
the
force us to
tail
give the
end.
exemption.
They may come in as a non-conforming use.
Right.
Well, the tail end of that squirrel is, I mean, that's another use that can be beneficial in that area too, that is being held back. I know we've had some people, it wasn't right on 41, but it was in Activity Center 1 toward the back, who was willing to purchase build multi-million-dollar storage facility, and it was denied because it was those non-conforming use. Wasn't even on 41, it was behind it. So maybe in the future, we need to chase some squirrels down that rabbit hole.
Always appreciate the squirrels that are in the rabbit hole.
Exactly.
Okay, moving forward. Ordinance number 2018-64, second reading. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title only.
Thank you. Ordinance 2018-64, an ordinance of the City of North Port, Florida, amending the non-district budget fiscal year 2018-19 by providing for changes identified in Exhibit A, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
This is also second reading where we gave a lot of detailed information at the first reading, so I'll just open it up for questions.
Okay, I have none, but I have a motion button pushed.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2018-64, amending fiscal year 18-19 budget.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor and one by a second by Commissioner Carasone.
Real Commissioner
The
Carasone.
real Commissioner Carasone. If we could take the vote, if nobody has anything. Nobody has anything, let's take the vote. Wonderful, that passes unanimously. Moving on, resolution number 2018-R27, urging the Florida Legislature to fund Amendment 1. City Clerk, please read the resolution by title only.
Thank you. Resolution 2018-R27, a resolution of the City of North Port, Florida, urging the Florida Legislature to allocate funds in the Land Acquisition Trust Fund only for the purposes described in the plain language of Article 10, Section 28 of the Florida Constitution, which was adopted as Amendment 1 on the November 2014 ballot, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This one was put on at the request of Vice Mayor McDowell. I'll let her answer or make any presentation she'd like on the item. And you also had multiple public comments on it earlier.
Thank you.
In the essence of time, Mayor, all I'm going to request is that we approve this resolution because it is the will of the citizens by a 75% vote back in 2014 that these funds be allocated for preservation and conservation The resolution is in the backup materials. If anybody has any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you. Commissioner Carson?
This is my thorn in my backside, I'm going to tell you right now. And now I can't find my notes. Hold on one second. Here it is. All right, so I understand what the intent was of the voters. Unfortunately, what has happened over the years is that it has essentially become the DEP's way of land grab.
Sorry, the whose?
The Florida Department of Environmental Protection's manner of grabbing land. They've created an organization or a committee called ARC. And ARC is the ones that make the decision. They determine who to purchase the lands from. Again, the lands can only be purchased from people who are willing sellers. That's very important to understand. Some of the things that the DEP secretary has noted to me is that they are focusing on trying to find life estates and conservation easements versus actual acquisition. They're actually going like community to community, or at least this was last year, to try and push the idea of the land acquisition and the environmental protection. And it all falls under this Florida Forever project. What my problem is that they're using data from 1980, I think it's 1980 something. And the only reason why I know this is because I have a piece of property that's affected by this. And they're using sources from 1980, this one's 2016. This was updated, but originally 1998. Some things have been updated within 2016. Most things have not. But their list, their land list, was all developed around the time that the vote took place. So I think that what I'm trying to get at is that I do believe that this needs to be done, and I do support this, but I think that we should, I feel like I'm only doing half the job, because I think that more needs to be added to it, if that makes sense, that there needs to be a reevaluation of what is considered a priority and what isn't. Land out in the middle of Osceola that's being utilized as undeveloped and property owners are using it as their campsites is not a priority, as opposed to the lands that are affecting the blue-green algae. But yet, these properties are up on the priority list of the top 5, where the properties that are owned, you know, in the what is that called? The Lake O, they're not on the list. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I feel like I'm doing half the job by just approving the resolution as it is. I do believe that there should be more caveats in it to say, you know, not only do we want you to fulfill what it is that the voters had agreed to, we think that you really need to revise how you go about accumulating these properties and really do an evaluation on what's important, because they've been utilizing it for years as just a way to start collecting land masses and not truly looking at the conservation side. So that's my concern. That's all I've really got, you know. Just wanted to throw that out there.
So how would we incorporate that into the resolution?
Heck, I don't know.
I don't know
has to be in the resolution. You can actually put it in the letter that goes out with the resolution.
Yeah, that's true, too.
And that way,
Excellent
you can
point.
state that type of stuff. So you're passing the resolution, but passing on, your thoughts with it.
Here's our intention with it.
That's an excellent point, yeah. Because I think we need to, they need to prioritize what's important instead of just trying to accumulate a land bank.
I think they have, but as you led into what you said, they have to have approval. I mean, that landowner has to agree.
Oh, yeah, that's a necessity.
So you can have that priority list, but if that owner says no, well, it just sits there. So you go to these other areas where they're saying yes, and so it looks like their priority's out of whack, but they just haven't been able to get those ones that you're referring to say yes.
Well, if you look at their priority list, like I said, unfortunately, I am very well familiar with this. It's been, I have 2 properties that are affected by Florida Forever, neither of which are ever going to be built on. They're conservation.
If you're not a willing seller, it doesn't affect you.
Well, understandably, but remember that there are also 40,000 other people surrounding us, and we all access each other's land. So it does, but it doesn't. But these are all in big blocks. And so I think that's another thing. Why are you looking at these very large-scale blocks instead of breaking it down to portions that are truly affecting the environment and maybe breaking it down? See, I believe in divide and conquer, that the simpler that you can make it, the easier it's achievable. And so, maybe they need to prioritize what is their largest environmental impact for this year and the next 10 years. Okay, how do we achieve what we need to do to recover that in the next 5 years? And then that should be the basis. But you can't take a study that was done in 1998, throw something together, and in 2012 put, these are our 20 priority list properties, and that's it, because the whole planet's changed since then, literally, in the last 5 to 10 years. So they need to reevaluate what the heck they're doing with it. So I'm going to get off the soapbox because I could keep going on.
Well, if I can get a motion for this, maybe including the letter.
And I can get with city manager to kind of maybe explain more about the differences, and then send a copy to.
I think it would be.
I'd like to see the list. I didn't realize that there was a extensive list.
Yes, you can go on to the Department of Environmental Protection's page, look up Florida Forever program, and they're going to show you exactly the list of all of the priorities. I might actually have a copy here. Let me find it.
Is it possible to send the link to city manager since you know where it is
Oh,
and you
yeah,
already have
yeah.
it? Maybe that
Sure
would be
can.
much easier.
Let's do that. Let's get the motion up so we can move on.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2018-R-27 as presented, with a letter being sent to the
It's
FLC,
DEP.
state representatives, Department of Environmental Protection through the state, local governments, to see if they would be interested in getting on board. And in the cover letter, request the reevaluation of the priority list of properties.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anybody have anything to that?
No, thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner Carasone, for, I almost said Commissioner Luke. For Commissioner Carasone for bringing it to my
We don't know
attention
who
about
we
this
are.
list.
Let's
Thank
take
you.
the vote.
I've heard people from that organization speak, and personally, I don't like divide and conquer. I like looking for good resolve in a positive manner, because what they're doing with that property that you're talking about is dividing and conquering. it's, getting certain parcels, trying to obtain an entire whole. And so I think that type of thing needs to be addressed and looked at.
That's a good point.
Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, moving on. Resolution number 2018.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution
Thank you
number.
for bringing it forward.
Resolution number 2018 R32, accepting ownership of donated parcel of real property. City Clerk, read resolution by title only.
Thank you. Resolution 2018 R32, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, accepting ownership of a donated parcel of real property located on Plumleaf Terrace and described as Lot 7, Block 2239, 46th Edition to the Port Charlotte subdivision, parcel identification number 1129223907, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Mayor, this is a resolution. We were contacted by the property owner. They would like to donate their property to the city. All taxes and assessments have been paid as of right now, and this is the process in which they would accept this land. So it's being brought to you to accept.
Thank you. Commissioner Carson?
We have 2 of these.
Yes.
What's wrong?
2 separate owners.
I know. What's?
Yes, we do have two resolutions as 2 separate agenda items. They're 2 separate owners and they're not related. These items came to the city attorney's office to kind of verify and figure out the process, and that's why you're seeing them both at the same time.
Okay, why? Why would anyone give up their property?
I asked the same question.
Any more?
The taxes have to be minuscule. It's
$300
undeveloped property, right?
Yeah, my question was, if they didn't want to pay it by the taxes, but they paid all that was in arrears, why not just sell the property and make some money? But they do what they want to do.
Then again, it may not be I know one of them is probably not sellable because that's out in the Yorkshire area, but the other one is by Cirrus, and I shouldn't even say that because I know a lot of riders that purchase property out there specifically so that they can have their own property. So,
all right.
I don't know. What, do we have anything else to put on the record
The Kumbaya over
down there?
What's the Kumbaya?
Does the Peanut Gallery have anything to add?
The
Peanut Gallery's
They're
Okay,
conferring.
hold on, they're having a bench, or
Yeah.
whatever you call it.
Sidebar.
Thank you. A bench bar, I was getting there. It's getting late.
Sometimes you find a bench in a bar.
I wish I had a
They're still conferring.
bar right now. I got this for you. That time of night.
The
Okay. What?
resolution, the third whereas, states that the only outstanding assessments are to the city, and we verified those were paid, so there are not any. So the whereas just needs to be adjusted.
Motion, we need to
Need to
withdraw
amend it.
that whereas.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
In its entirety, just the reference to the outstanding assessments to the city.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2018 R32, accepting the donated parcel of property as described on Plumleaf Terrace, revising the third whereas clause to reflect that all taxes and assessments have been paid to date.
Got a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioners?
Thank you.
Anyone else? Wonderful. Let's take the vote.
You know, just for the record, I'm gonna have a squirrel moment. I thought Frank was out there like hustling, saying, yo, give us your property.
This is our attempt at the land grab from the last one.
Yeah, exactly. Yo.
Oh, that passes unanimously. Oh, I got a squirrel over here.
Yeah, I told you I squirreled.
Your squirrels tonight, holy cow.
All right, moving on. Resolution number 2018 R33, accepting ownership of donated parcel of real property. City Clerk, please read resolution by title only.
Thank you. Resolution 2018 R33, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, accepting ownership of a donated parcel of real property located on Cape Cod Road and is described as Lot 6, Block 2037, 44th Edition to the Port Charlotte subdivision, parcel identification number 1148203706, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like the last one, another piece of property being donated to the city, the same whereas would need to be adjusted as well, because this one has the same typo that says the only outstanding assessments are for the city, and there aren't any.
Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2018 R33, accepting the donated parcel of property on Cape Cod Road as described, revising the third whereas clause to reflect that all assessments and taxes have been paid to date.
Second.
By Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that? No? Let's take a vote.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Moving on, it is 9:31. I'm hoping to be out of here before 10, so here we go.
God.
Strategic Plan for Economic Development Division. City Manager.
You're right, you live?
Thank you, Mayor.
Prop you up.
As you all may remember, during this past year's budget process, the Economic Development Division had included funding of $50,000 for a strategic plan, as ours expired in 2018, which was the previous 5-year plan. The Commission's direction was to remove that from the budget and put it into next year's budget. And I had a request from Commissioner Luke to add this back in and use savings in this year's budget to fund that and get it started sooner rather than wait till next fiscal year. With that, I'm bringing it to you all for direction as a body.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
Well, it's Commissioner Luke's thing. Does she want to speak to it?
I'm so sorry. Commissioner Luke.
You probably read in the backup material my thinking on it, but you have heard me talk about this since the budget planning process. And we are converging right to a perfect storm right now. We have the interlocal agreement for Sarasota County EDC being revised. We have a new economic development manager on board.
Here tonight, her name is Mel Thomas, and I think most of you got to meet her at the luncheon the other day.
We may even want to have her come up and introduce who she is, what she, all about her. But she does come to us from the Sarasota County EDC with extremely high credentials and experience. We have not had anybody in that position since October when the fiscal year came. So we have the money already saved within that budget so that we don't have to make an adjustment or anything. We just swing the money over to be able to get the strategic plan. We're going to be revamping that department with her leadership, and I think she deserves the support and actually the monies to be able to allow her to revamp that department. And so I put it forward asking that we go ahead and allow the strategic plan to be done, whether it's hiring a consultant. I know she's qualified herself to do it herself. I don't know if it'd take any monies for her to be able to do it herself, but provide to her the money to be able to write a strategic plan for the next 5 years or so. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, you hit on one of my questions. Since we have this wonderful new hire city manager, is this something our new hire can do? Or do we really need to hire a consultant?
I would recommend hiring a consultant.
Is there a particular reason?
Probably time.
Time it takes to do, it's the external resources and abilities to gather information from multiple places. It is a very time-consuming task, and you get a lot more. Nothing against Mel, she's amazing, or else we wouldn't have hired her. But you get access to resources that a consultant has from all kinds of organizations that you just don't have internally.
I agree.
Perfect. I had to ask the question.
And I just want, that's why.
The next question I have is, during the budget process, as everybody knows, we approved $30,000 for professional marketing firm to design and create promotional marketing materials. Wondering, has that RFP or RFB or whatever it is gone out yet? Because that was in October. I know we don't have staff since then, but I would hope that somebody was able to at least get that ball rolling.
Working on it right now, no, due to the vacancies of the entire division and what it's taken to get them hired and everything. It is actually the first thing that Mel and I talked about on her first day to get started on.
So it's in progress right now, and probably 3 to 6 months we'll see.
Hopefully sooner than that.
I hope so.
Mel's gonna be a busy lady.
All right, so then I have, how long does it take to do this strategic planning? I know we have to send out an RFP or an RFB or whatever, so we have that time for procurement, but how long will it take, once procurement has been accepted, how long until that is finished?
I can't answer that today. I'd love to be able to give you that answer, but I don't know if, Mel is certainly welcome to come up here. The only question that I would, caution I would say is typically the consultants will give us a time frame when we put it out. And since if we put this isn't even supposed to be considered until next year, so we haven't put it out yet to get the answer to that.
I can only speak to the last time we did it, but it took a year, a good year.
Because I didn't know if it was like a 3-month process, a 10-month
No, it was
process,
extensive
a
last
2-year
time.
process, so.
We did it.
You have to get the community, you have to have the community meetings, the business meetings, the chamber, there's a lot of collaboration that went into the first one.
Including, I was here towards the end of the time when we did last time, because I think we did it in 2009, and I started in 8. But it was started before I got here.
Yeah.
It took a while. There were multiple commission meetings. The commission had input, and like Commissioner Caruso mentioned, as well as the community chamber, all those places.
There was an update, I believe, in 2012, because there was a 5-year strategic plan that Ruth had that she was to be fulfilling. So that is what lapsed in 2018, was that 5-year strategic plan that she had. What's that?
Both of them were extensive. The second one was not as extensive as the first. Obviously,
Correct.
Update compared to one from scratch.
Correct.
My last question is, I know it's $50,000 is what we are planning to budget for the next year, fiscal budget. And if we put it in now, I know there's savings with personnel costs. Is it really $50,000 in savings, or will we have to do a budget amendment?
Actually, more than that, we've had savings.
Okay.
More?
Yes.
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
That was my question, one of them.
All right, thank you very much, I'm finished.
Commissioner Caruso?
So how much?
I just ensured, to be honest with you, I ensured we had at least $50,000 in savings in personnel. I stopped adding once I got to higher than that number.
In personnel, period, it's not
In personnel, in that
necessarily
division. No,
it
it's
is in
economic,
that division?
yes.
Okay. So we're okay there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now, big question. We hired Mel as the Economic Development Program Coordinator.
She was hired as the Economic Development Manager.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure of.
Good call.
Thank you for asking that question, because the information went out earlier today that was incorrect. She is our Economic Development Manager, and her badge states so.
Is that all, Commissioner?
I make a motion then?
Question, so if we're doing this, then we'll obviously, since, because you mentioned that we would need consultants who would put out an RFP and things like that for it. That's what you're saying?
A solicitation for that.
Solicitation, yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good to go. Hey, wait, before you do, would you guys mind, Mr. Lear?
Yes,
would you
sir.
mind if Mel came up and just introduced herself and give us a little bit about her and her history, and because I love economic development, and I just want to.
Well, then you're gonna love Mel.
I know it. I already do.
This is, What's today, Tuesday? This is her second work day, and she's been sitting here all night waiting so that she can talk to you all. Otherwise, she would have gone home a long time ago.
That's what it felt like to me.
There will be a press
She and I
release
spoke.
going out tomorrow, I believe, won't there?
Yes, there
on
is.
her?
We're
Thank you very much.
finalizing that. Josh sent that to me earlier this afternoon to review. Unfortunately, I've been in here the whole time. But no, Mel came to me once she saw this was on the agenda and thought it might be a good idea and a show of goodwill for you all if she stayed for this, even though I don't believe she really needed to answer any of the questions. So I commend her for that, and now you get the opportunity to actually meet her.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for letting me come up and introduce myself, and to all my new colleagues out there, I'd like to say thank you for you guys being here and being so supportive of me the last 2 days. It has been a little bit of a whirlwind, a lot of technology that's having trouble communicating with me. So if you've sent me anything, I apologize for no response because
For City Hall.
Yeah, it's like, not been a happy day for me that way. My mother raised me not to be the center of attention, so I don't like to talk about myself. It's very difficult. I'm a little bit shy when it comes to talking about my background and my experience. But I think if you were to ask me on the street, hey, Mel, what do you do for a living? I would say I'm a strategist. I mean, that really is how I describe myself to people and so forth. And I know your introductory material that might even go out tomorrow says I'm a 25-year, manager or whatever. It's, I'm beyond 40 years. My age is a little older than but belies this very short, crazy stuff I've got. But I do have, and am proud of the fact that I have aspired to multiple careers in my life. And they have taken me across depth and breadth of all of the things you guys talk about on a daily basis in city management, county management, state management, federal management. We talk about housing affordability, that came up tonight. We talk about parks and recreation, water system, treatment centers. We talk about workforce needs. We talk about business and industry. We talk about recruitment of those things. We talk about acquisition of lands. We talk about how the climate is changing. Not one of those subjects is not related to economic development. Every single one of them. And so I take great pride in the fact that I have dipped my toes into the vast majority of those things. And to some degree, I have great experience in those things. I am a 23-year veteran of the higher education system. Having been at Georgia Tech during the height of the Olympic era when the Olympics came to Atlanta. I was in the president's office when we were awarded that international recognition, and worked myself to death for 5 years following, turning that campus into the village for the Olympics to come to Atlanta. That threw me into community development, which I'd never really tasted of. It was a very interesting time for me to be able to go into. I am a facilitator. I mean, you'll be able to see that, I hope, over time. So I'm a collaborator, a facilitator. So what they did was they took this little person packaged as a dean of students, and they put me into this environment where I had to work with folks who were living in Section 8 housing and help them understand why building this big, huge, humongous campus and making it very elite and technology driven and able to bring the international community to bear, why it made good sense for them to vacate their housing, okay? That was my job, was to help facilitate those discussions and have people walk away feeling like everyone had won. Well, boy, if I didn't learn some lessons, okay? It's one thing to talk about housing with a potential student and his or her parents, right? It's another thing to talk about people and their families being displaced and helping them find better work situations. It introduced me to how business, industry, government come together in a collaborative. I was so introduced and so overwhelmingly amazed at the leadership that came to bear, and I tried to emulate, I tried to copycat the best I could. And so from that, after the Olympics were over, I was recruited to Georgia Power into economic development. You all talk about and you've heard about, other people have said to you of late, site developers don't know, they have never heard of Northport, that kind of thing. Well, site development is the name of the game at Georgia Power. They are cited every year as one of the top 10 agencies in the country doing site selection. And I was trained by those folks. So I'm here to tell you, I will bring that to bear. That will be something that you'll see very quickly. It's low-hanging fruit here, mostly because of the Braves, but that is not the only reason. I am resourceful in that I've lived in this area for 12 years. I've worked in health, human services. We talked about that tonight in terms of foster care and aging youth and that kind of thing. I've been a strategist in 47 nonprofits in this county alone.
Oh, wow.
So if you want to talk to me about those kinds of things, you're touching my heart, Dave. You really are. So I want to say to you that I have been in health care, human services, the health department, population health, a strategist all over the state. I've worked at Venice Regional Bayfront Health, recruiting doctors and physicians. So you can talk to me about a lot of these things. And then more than that, I worked at the Greater Chamber of Commerce in Sarasota as governmental and community relations. That's where my MPA kind of rolls into the hat a little bit. And then now, most recently, at the EDC. I know their foibles and I know their strengths. And I think we can work with what they've got, and I think we can make them a better organization, quite frankly. So I say that on the record, I say that lovingly and with all respect for my colleagues that I just left. And now I'm here to serve you, and I hope that does you a pretty good, I hope I've done it for you tonight in terms of spelling out who I am and what I do.
Quite impressive. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard to the
Thank
city
you.
of
I look
Northport.
forward to it. Thanks. And some of you are old friends, and I appreciate seeing you again.
And I will say that she already had a lesson in me and Pete being in the room together, and she utilized what the professor attitude with me when she said, "Mayor, pay attention."
I did.
Squirrel over here, just. She said, "Pay attention."
I can't help that. You know, I've taught for a long, long time, so you know that dean pops out every once in a while, and I want to kind of get your attention. So.
That's it. I love it. I need to be funneled in. Thank
you guys pay attention. We got a lot of work to do, so I'll be calling on you for sure. But through this guy.
Yeah, next time a baseball hat.
Baseball bat.
Not hanging on the wall.
I use the sponge version.
Yeah, it might need to be aluminum. It's a hard head.
Mel, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you for being willing to tackle this. Thank you for helping us develop our city. You're the right person in the right place at the right time, and I appreciate you.
Thank you for your belief in me, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Mouse.
All right.
Thanks for staying for our meeting, too.
Oh, and I will stay to the very end.
We're almost there.
Now,
I haven't made the motion yet.
yeah, I forgot. I got
Okay.
squirreled. I was about to ask, did we make a motion? Did we already vote?
Did.
All
Okay, I move to approve a strategic plan for the Economic Development Department this year for $50,000.
I'll second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke and seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioner Luke? All right. Vice Mayor?
Thank you for bringing it forward. I was thinking the same thing, so good job.
Anybody else?
Look forward to the results.
All right, let's take the vote. That passes unanimously. Public comments, Vice Mayor?
I don't
Anything
have
else?
any,
No?
no.
All right, moving forward, Commission Communication, Commissioner Luke.
You may not want to start with me.
Something wrong? I'd rather start with you then.
Okay.
Put pressure behind you.
Behind me, yeah, that works. I actually have a list of a few things. One of them was an email that was sent to us, and I can't remember who did it, but they were showing because of this government shutdown, they still are shut down, aren't they?
Yes.
They didn't solve it while we were in here, did they?
Fat chance.
Yeah, really fat chance.
Fat chance.
All right, so putting a hold on service bills for the federal employees, I thought that was admirable. I mean, we've got utility bills that go out. I don't know if we know who all is a federal employee, but I don't have a problem with delaying. I mean, not wiping out their bill, but delaying it until the government gets put back into, into service. So throw that out. I do want to state that I checked with staff as far as the statement that was made earlier that there was a fatality on Price Boulevard crossing the street. That was not true, at least from 2013 till now. There was, I can't remember where this one was brought up, but fundraising for the aquatic center to help cut down on some of the monies. And we already have in our fee schedule the bricks, you know, for memorabilia sake, for memory and stuff like that. I think we could do a brick thing walking into that aquatic center as you go up to the concession stand and stuff like that.
I thought we had consensus to do something like that.
They're supposed to bring back ideas.
We talked about it, but it was never implemented, and I would hate to see, while we're going through construction, miss the opportunity to lay those bricks right now. I mean, this could be a celebration when we open up for our 60th anniversary to commemorate, and all of this monies could be drummed up prior to that, you know, so that when that is going on, I think it'd be, I mean, I sat down and calculated, even if there was, you know, 1,000 bricks, it's $50,000.
I think we can get an update.
Yeah.
So Sandy Funheller, Director of Parks and Recreation, in the minutes, we went back and looked at the minutes on this, and it was to have memorial bricks or some other item that would be there. What we have been pursuing is something more along the lines of some artwork that would be on the wall that would show the donors that would be in the facility instead of bricks. Something with the aquatics theme, but right now the bricks are not in the design plan, so it wouldn't be a quick project that we could do.
Can I just tell you that when you were talking, I saw these little copper things that look like fish scales and like a large
how about a water
fish.
drop? How about a water drop?
Anything against the wall,
that's what
and that you would be able to have your. Whoa, that was kind of weird.
Can I?
You really should get out of this head. I got news for you. It's a bad place.
So we're working on that, and we're hoping to get with possibly the Arts Center to come up with maybe some designs or tap into some talent here in town on what that might look like.
Unveil that at the ribbon cutting for the 60th, we have got to be moving on it. So what can we do to
expedite it?
Yes.
It's a project in progress, so as soon as we get a design together and get what the levels will be, we'll put that out. We can either do a presentation or put that in a memo to commission.
Or a few designs to choose from.
Are you talking about, like Commissioner Carrasone said, something like copper pieces? Are you also like considering like the tiles on the wall?
Right now, we're not looking at the tiles on the wall because all of that is already in progress.
Like tiles.
Right, I understand. It's all already in progress with the design plan. So we're looking at something that would be put on the wall like an art, like sculpture, but it would actually be the donors, and we could just take it off, put the donor on there, or add to it. But we need to put that out and get how it will look. And
it'll be stationary. It's not something
Correct.
removable or over time will. Okay.
Well, you could move it. I mean, what I'm thinking
the plan wouldn't be to move it, but yes,
but yeah,
you could.
But if you had to fix a wall or if there was a leak or something, you could move it and you wouldn't damage it. At least what I'm thinking of, because I know I've seen it somewhere. That's the only reason why.
I would hate.
The Northport Library has a tree, and the leaves have the commemorative.
Yeah, like
so
leaves and
that's
stuff.
right. And I mean, we could recommend to them that they come up with something that would be tied into the diamond anniversary of, you know, the 60th year or two. So, anything else on
Well,
that?
I'd just like to acknowledge that ex-Commissioner Linda Yates is in the house and leaving the house. So sorry.
You missed it. I had tabs and everything.
She had tabs.
Yeah, she pulled a full Yates on us.
I
It was
did.
bad. It was bad.
You'll have to.
So that's coming forward, and we'll be seeing something real quick then, okay? Something else too, I was looking or listening, actually I was looking at something that one of the staff members was showing me about the aquatic center. But we got discussing, actually, we got discussing the senior center parking. And when you break down per parking spot, oh my God, it was like $12,000 to $14,000 per parking spot. What we're looking at. I mean, if you paid $10 a week to park in one spot, it would take you 48 years to pay off that parking spot at $12,000. So I would just kind of ask us to sit a little bit and think before we go spending $12,000 to $14,000 for a parking spot with taxpayer money. Also recently, a lot of discussion has been made on the Braves on Miami, which is a kind of a welcome to Main Street on Venice Avenue. And been thinking, talking to several other people, I would really like to see next year when the true kickoff comes for the full season, that we do a welcome for their entire season. Right now, they are so swamp busy trying to get everything going. I would rather see us do a full-fledged, welcome out on the city green for the entire season. We've done so many different things already, both, around the city and the Braves, that's my thinking on that. The last thing that I wanted to talk about was I did attend the commission meeting in Venice. I only had 2 minutes to speak because I was a non-resident. They had just changed their platform of comments today, but I spoke on the resolution for stormwater and
Are you saying they cut you off because you were not a resident?
At 2 minutes. I was allowed 2 minutes. Residents are allowed 5 minutes. And they get to go first. The non-resident only gets 2 minutes. They go last. And they only speak for 1 hour. They cut off at 1 hour and then throw you to the end of the meeting. So that was the rules that they went by. So within 2 minutes, I addressed that. But there was a lot of hands across water. And Mr. Daniels told me that they did pass the resolution. So they will be joining us for that stormwater resolution. Thank you. That was all of mine.
Different strokes for different folks.
Unless you wanted to do something about the federal workers, I don't know if we even know who a federal worker is on our.
What if we could develop a request form for anyone that requested relief that could prove that they were affected by the shutdown, being a federal worker, Coast Guard member, TSA agent, because there is several that are affected, that are preventing them from paying their utility bill, to defer that utility bill until such time as their first check from, but it would be on their side to send all the documents and ask for the forgiveness.
We can certainly work on that if that's what the commission wants to. I'm assuming
What I'm
that if you
saying.
did that, you'd want the late fees waived as well.
Yeah.
Yes, we would have to.
Because these are all fees that we charge.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that I'm not going to assume anything.
Can I weigh in on it?
No.
I understand that the federal workers are in a bind, but I go back to 2008, and there were many families in a bind.
Yeah, but not for this long.
Excuse me?
Oh, you're talking about the recession overall.
Not the, yeah.
Thank you. What?
I was gonna say, we've been shut down just about every year, but, okay.
Before we do any kind of program like that, I'd like to know, what do we do for families that are laid off? What do we do for those kind of situations? Because I think we're going down a slippery slope and setting a precedent. If we're going to do something, then I think we need to make sure that it's what we did in the past. I don't know what I didn't have city water in 2008. So I don't know what the city did for those families that were in.
There wasn't a program.
Okay, so.
And we have is the H2O program where people can donate to cover other people's. And we also have social services.
But we also have, if somebody can't pay their bill this month, they're not getting shut off at 30 days, correct? I mean, they get.
No, there's longer than 30 days to pay.
Sorry, I had to add my 2 cents because it could become a slippery slope if we do for one and don't do for others.
Well, I agree, but this is
Valid
something
point.
that I
Yep.
think we needed to discuss up here because we do have empathy for what
Absolutely.
is not their fault whatsoever.
But it-
And there has been a lot of other places stepping up, doing things. So I think, we need to have the understanding, if we don't do something, then why? And the precedent thing is correct. It truly is. But
I'm sorry, I had to weigh in my 2 cents on the subject.
No, I see, and I see both sides out.
Yeah,
I see exactly what
No,
you're saying too.
you're right.
And I understand it more because I do know like AT&T is doing this, I know some of these private entities are doing that, and that's all well and good for them because the owner of that company can say, this is what I want to do. I think it gets a little bit different when you're talking about the taxpayer, when you're talking about the city. So for me, if I was to move forward with something like that, I would need a lot more discussion and counterbalancing that out.
Oh, you make excellent points.
So, all right, so anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Commissioner McDowell.
I just have attended a couple ribbon cutting ceremonies. That's great. One thing I would like to talk about, and City Manager, I have already sent you this email about the Braves spring training, and I know that you said you are going to look into it. But I feel a little bit of a duty to share it with my fellow commissioners about what I found. When I went to go look for tickets for my family for the Braves baseball game on the 24th, which was sold out, it said, and I went to the Atlanta Braves site, which then click on to buy tickets takes you to Ticketmaster, and it says Atlanta Braves versus the Tampa Bay Rays, Sunday, March 24th at 4:05 p.m. Venue, I will be very calm. Cool Today Park, Venice, Florida. I am sorry. This is completely unacceptable in many different ways. And I want to make sure that my commission knows that this is being touted on the Braves site, on the Ticketmaster site as Venice, Florida. And we made it a huge priority at the very beginning of talks with the Braves that any reference to this facility and this stadium must say Northport, Florida.
Can I say something? I reached out to Mike Dunn with the Braves because of that, and he told me front page, the way it's talked about says Northport, Northport, Northport. Everywhere does but that because it's tied to GPS. And you have to have the correct address for the GPS to work. Otherwise, you're driving around in Timbuktu. So that is the only reason that it states it in that one place. If otherwise, the people that are purchasing tickets cannot attach the GPS to it. And that's unacceptable to do that to a business.
And I do understand the frustration, but at the same time, they own it. They could call it Timbuktu. And there's just, I don't like it. I'm just saying that, yeah, they can. It's their website. They'll put on it whatever they want to put on it. I mean,
It's from
they
the
bought the
Ticketmaster
rights.
website, correct?
Huh?
This is from the Ticketmaster website.
Yeah, but that's
yeah.
I just want to verify.
I'm not disputing the name of the facility, I'm disputing the fact
Right, the
that,
Venice,
that,
the Venice.
and you can't GPS track it, you can't click on it to get directions or anything, it says Venice, Florida.
And I believe, my question for you
Ticketmaster's
first, because I
tied
think
to
I know the answer to this, but is the screenshot that you sent me, while I'm still looking for more information as well, is from Ticketmaster.
I understand that. It's
Now,
what
and
it's-
that was a question, it wasn't a
Yeah.
statement. And therefore, one, the Braves don't control Ticketmaster
But it's on their site.
because they link you, because
Yeah.
all Major
Yeah,
League
it's-
Baseball tickets are sold
yeah,
through
it's backlinked.
Ticketmaster. And the GPS tracking is not something that the Braves control either. So it's,
I've heard of others that have GPS tracking that is inaccurate, and they get with whoever the GPS gurus are to get it corrected. I would like to see an effort made to get it corrected.
and we're working on that. I just wanted to tell you some information.
I'm just sharing with you something that I found that I felt that the rest of the commission should be just as upset about as I am.
I'm not, because the Braves did not choose their address. That is the United States Postal Service.
And I'm not
that
either.
gave that address. It's not their choice, and they have to have it tied to it because that is the accurate address. I don't feel the same
And
way.
I'm sorry, we can take this redheaded stepchild thing so far, it just becomes completely unbecoming. You know, if we want to be the first child, then let's market ourselves to be such. Let's win the game, not.
I understand that,
complain
but
about
we
the game.
can't win any game if we don't find these locations that keep referencing the stadium as in Venice.
We become so well at what we do that everybody must tie themselves
Well,
to
I'll
us.
just
And
let it
that's the
go
only way
because
for
obviously
us
I'm
to
the
do
only
it.
commissioner up here that seems to have a concern with it, so I'll let it go.
Anything else, Vice
No.
Mayor? Okay. Commissioner Carson? No. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I got something. I'd like to see, we've had, like, days before presented for past commissioners and stuff that we've set aside, you know, like the Buddy Hughes Day.
Oh,
I feel that there's an individual out there that's put in quite a bit of time, heart and soul into this community, and he's getting close to, you know, going down the road there a little bit. And, he's.
Was that a polite way to say it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather do it now while they can appreciate the honor than later on down the road. And this individual is definitely a kind and caring character at times. And I'm talking about Richard Lockhart, past commissioner. I'd like to see if I can get a consensus up here or whatever to see if we can move forward, have city manager work on something for that.
I had asked something about that previously, and they told me he had been awarded something already. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that. I can certainly look. It's.
Not to my knowledge. I can't.
I don't remember hearing of one. We can search and see if.
I mean, if there
I am
has been
told a lot
something
of
done,
stuff in
that's
the
fine.
I
but if
honestly
nothing,
don't
I'd
remember
like
one
to-
being done. I can't say that I remember every proclamation has been done over the last 10 years, but I honestly don't remember that one was done.
I mean, he was just here a few weeks ago at one of our
Well,
meetings. He
yeah.
still stays involved. I think he's a.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Yep.
Commissioner, all right, we have a unanimous consensus to do such.
That's all I had, sir. Thank you.
I don't have anything. Assistant City Clerk. What do you want to talk about tonight? Well, you've been way too quiet.
Yeah, woke her up.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure out something to talk about next time. City Clerk.
I have nothing to report other than our new deputy city clerk started. Super exciting. Thank you.
You make sure she had something to talk about there.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
To break the streak, I do have something to report. One, I already introduced you to our new employee, and again, thank you for staying for the meeting, and I'll try to make it quick so that she can leave. She said she'd stay until the end. We are reinstituting something that we had not done last year, which is the community conversations, which, for those of you that have ever been a part of them, is where the city manager and finance director have presented to the public at 2 to 3 locations. This year, we were able to secure 2. Basically, an overview of our budget process, the current year's budget, and then we bring our community in to have conversations with each other, and we give them 6, starting very broad to getting to the finer comments of What do they think we do right? They get to define who we is. What do they think we could do better? Eventually, we get them into what do they think that, what are some areas that they would like to see the city improve on, and how would they recommend we fund those items? So we have secured those dates of February 21st and the 25th. I believe they've all been sent out to you all. The 21st, one of them is at Toledo Blade, and the other one's going to be at State College of Florida, trying to get both ends of the city. And if they haven't, we'll make sure they are sent out to you all.
I said yes to that, and I thought it was someone important.
Wow, thanks.
Been sent out, yeah.
Public meetings, they're not designed for commissioners to have conversations amongst themselves. We break the public into, there'll be round tables. We give the presentation, we ask the questions, they all provide answers to the questions as a table for our residents to get to talk to each other, provide some input for us. After both meetings, we get all of their answers compiled to the questions and they get posted on the city's website. We've done this several times in the past. We just did not do it last year. I'm not sure if the last time we did it was 16 or 17.
15, because I was part of that.
This commission said they wanted to do that. We just haven't done it.
And this is just a way, we've talked about strategic planning, getting more information from our residents. It's a low or no cost way for us to get information. I just wanted to let you all know and kind of announce that. We're going to be blasting that out in every way possible. Hopefully we get a whole lot more attendance than we did it the last time we did it, but we also have social media on our side this time. With that, I'll shut up because I believe the mayor is really wanting to hammer that thing.
We're adjourned.
I have one more thing I wanted to ask.